At this time, we're ready to begin our shows this morning. We ask that that first breed and that first class within those breeds come in the ring. Baby Doll Southdowns, your first class is yearling rams. For the Lincolns, for the National Lincoln Junior Show, it's white senior ram lambs. And for the Texels, it's fall ram lamb. Judging our shows today, in our far north ring, currently on the Texels, is Randall Von Krozik of Sioux Falls, South Dakota. He's the key account manager of SmartLook. They also own and operate Von Krozik Family Targees, which was established in 1976. They produce seed stock, specializing in registered and commercial breeding stock. His wife Cheyenne and son Kalen are here. Judging in our center ring is Brady Campbell of Ashland, Ohio. He's the assistant professor in the Department of Animal Sciences at Ohio State University, where he serves as the state small ruminant extension specialist. He's a fourth-generation sheep producer. They raise Texels, Finns, and Lincoln sheep with his wife and family. He's a member of the Ohio Sheep and Wool Program, the Ohio Sheep Improvement Association, the Texel Sheep Breeders Society, and the American Wool Assurance Program.
And good morning down here on the Baby Doll Ring. A really nice way to start the day. I think we have two nice rams out here that both offer some masculinity. The buck we're leading to start with, one that's just so rotund. You get over top of him, he is super big in his cage. He's big about his top. You come back and he's got the wider pin set, really big hip. I like the stifle shape as well. You get off the side, he's one that's a notch longer from flank to flank, one that balances up appropriately. You set him into motion. I think he's good enough there as well. We come to the buck here in second. Again, really wide-chested type of a sheep, one you appreciate just for that base width as we analyze him at the ground, one that's just maybe not quite as good in terms of his feet placement, and we set him into motion. Doesn't handle his rear hock quite as well as what our class winner does, but boy, I think there's a big cage, big top in that sheep. Two nice rams to start off the day. Congratulations.
Placing on the class of White Lincoln Senior Ram Lambs, first place to entry 2. Alpha Omega 2440 Jagger, Noah McAllister, Delaware, Ohio. Second place to entry 1. Promised Farm F0924, Hannah Swanson, Albany, Indiana. Placing on the Texel show for the Fall Ram Lambs, first place to entry 2, Cook 2440, Alex Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana. Second place to entry 1, Pine Knob Farm 2514, John DeRunk, West Sunbury, Pennsylvania. Placing on the Baby Doll Southdown class of yearling rams, first to entry 2, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina, with Donkers 618, Oregon. Second place to entry 1, Craig Sheep Farm 1363, Bigfoot, Alfred McDaniel, Thorndale, Texas.
Over here on the Baby Doll Ring, a young lady does a great job getting this one drove. One that when you set him into motion, boy, he is just athletic. He's good about his angles. He's really flexible about his knee and his hock. One that's dead level in terms of his spine. I love the balance of this sheep. One that's just really appropriate in terms of all his angles, made really good. And then you get over top of him, still a really big top in that sheep. One that's good about his hip, and he's got some extension up front. That's an awful nice one. Young lady does a nice job with.
Judging our Baby Doll Southdown show and judging in Ring A today is Alex Wolf of Upper Sandusky, Ohio. Alex owns and operates Wolf Brothers Livestock, where they raise natural colored and club lambs. He is a fifth-generation shepherd. He and his wife, Melissa, have 3 children that are heavily involved in their operation. Placing on the Baby Doll Southdown class of winter ram lambs, first place goes to Nichols, 2073, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois. We're now ready on the Baby Doll Southdowns for spring ram lambs. Over on the Texel ring, we're ready for spring ram lambs as well. Following the class of Texels that's currently in the ring, the Spring Ram Lambs, we will be showing for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Ram. For the Baby Doll Southdowns, the next breed or class that should be on deck is we will be showing for grand champion there as well. For the Lincoln show, we're on early ram lambs. Those are white early ram lambs. Your next class is white late ram lambs. Placing on the Texel class of winter ram lambs, first to entry 3. Pine Knob Farm, 2541, Jocelyn Beebe, Summers, Connecticut. Second place, entry 4. Beach Hill Farm, 2505, Oliver Winery, Warsaw, Ohio. Placing on the White Lincoln Early Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 4, JRE 25-2377, Eleanor Stevens, Osgood, Indiana. Second place to entry 3, A. Anderson 2505, Axel, Andrew Anderson, Grant City, Missouri. Third place to entry 6, Jillian DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. Fourth place to entry 5, Mitchell Brown, Princeton, Indiana. And 5 to entry 7, Hannah Swanson, Albany, Indiana.
Over here on the baby doll side, I think a really nice class as we get into these late Ram Lambs. That being said, I think we have a really handy kind of class winner. Boy, one that just paints such a picture when you get off on a 3/4. One that's just so extended ahead of his blades, dead level down his top, handles with so much top shape, comes back to a big pin set. One that's really rugged at the ground. He stays wide in terms of his base. I think that's just a really nice ram to start with. The one coming here in second, grant you, we're giving up some size, and out here in the baby doll Southtowns, I'm certainly not going to size him up. I think that one's just really proportionate, really good in terms of his balance. You want to talk about underline. Him and the next one out here, boy, they're really good in their chest. Come back, get softer as we work back towards that flank. One that's really good down his top as well. You set him into motion and certainly athletic. Doesn't have quite the top shape that we're seeing in that class winner. Love the underline again in this sheep coming here in 3, and he's a little deceiving. He's got a little wool patch missing right there behind his shoulder, and it kind of makes him look like he's running downhill, and it makes him look like he opens up there. But boy, you put your hands on him, he's pretty good. If you had that wool, I think it'd change him a bunch. Love the underline in that sheep, like the base width. Put your hands on him. I think he's really good coming back to his hip. Maybe not quite as athletic as what we're seeing in that class winner. We come to the sheep here next, and again, one that's just so wide in terms of his rib shape and top shape. You get in behind him and really widespread between his back legs. We set this one into motion. He wants to get just a notch higher in terms of his spine. He doesn't want to handle his rear hock quite as well as the one standing directly ahead. We come down to a more moderate type of a sheep here in 5, one that I'm completely fine with from that standpoint. You put your hands on him, and he is super long in terms of his hind saddle. I bet he percentages a couple inches longer than any of the ones standing directly ahead of him. That's what gets him run up here. One that when you analyze him, he just runs out in terms of overall top shape compared to some of them, especially as we work back into that upper hip. But a really nice kind of a ram. Congratulations, all the exhibitors.
In our Texel show, placing on the Spring Ram Lamb class, first went to entry 5, Cooks 2538, Alex Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana. Second place to entry 6, Hilty Texels 89, Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. Our champion ram for the Texel show went to our first place fall ram lamb, Alexis Cook of Oldenburg, Indiana, with Cook 2440. The reserve champion also to Alexis Cook of Oldenburg with Cook 2538 out of the Spring Ram Lamb class. Placing on the Baby Doll Southdown class of Spring Ram Lambs, first to entry number 6, Lazy 57918, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. Second to entry 12, Playboy, Donkers 6695, had Kinley and Hadley and Knox Paulus of West Milton, Ohio. Third place to entry 9, Brooklyn Torin, Venata, Oklahoma. 4 to 47, Madeline Mag, Ottawa, Ohio. And 5 to entry 7, Alfred McDaniel, Thorndale, Texas. Placing on the White Lincoln Late Ram Lamb Class, first place to entry 8, fought 2556, Mackenzie Gill, Whitehall, Maryland. Second place to entry 10, JRE 25 2384, Eleanor Stevens, Osgood, Indiana. Third place to Shelleen, Arlington, Iowa. 4 to entry 12, Emily Amons, Chelsea, Vermont, and 5 to entry 11, Emmylou Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois.
On the Texel side, start off on the female division, and boy, it's really, really good. Congratulations to all four of these for bringing an outstanding lineup. Like I said, I think there's a couple of them on the top side of this line, so just prevail in terms of, again, the basics of build, but the one up front is just kind of a bear in terms of how she's built, wide-chested, full-bodied. She's got a lot of span to her back and pin width from behind. And yet with that, as you get off to the side of them, her height to shoulder and just sort of up in the lines is what prevails her up front there. I like a lot about the one that comes out in second. In fact, from a handling quality perspective, bit freer and just take to the stride and take to the halter just a little bit better this morning. But congratulations to those four nice balls.
All right, I apologize for the delay over here on the baby dolls, but a great group of sheep. Let's go ahead and give these kids a round of applause out here. They put a lot of effort in, and again, we get out here, and I think we have 5 really high-quality rams, and that being said, it comes down to 2. I think the 2 that come out of them buck lamb classes, I think both of them are awful good. We set them into motion, and they're what I like, and as we work through the day, I'm big on athleticism and the way they get about the ring, and I think both of these are appropriate. Between the pair, I think there's some sort. I think you can go either way in terms of what you're looking for. I think I found my winner that I'm real happy with, so we'll go out here and select a champion reserves. Congratulations.
Placing on the Texel Yearling U class, first place goes to entry 12, Cooks 2404, Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana. Second place to entry 11, Cooks 2416, also Alexis Cook. Third place to entry 9, Alice Winery, Warsaw, Ohio. And 4 to entry 10, Colin Beebe, Summers, Connecticut. Now ready for fall ewe lambs for the Texels. Placing on the class of our championship drive for the Baby Doll South Downs, our champion ram went to the first place spring ram lamb, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina, with Lazy 57918. The reserve champion came out of the winter ram lamb class, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois, with Nichols 2073. Out for our white Lincoln, our champion ram went to the first place early ram lamb, entry number 4, Eleanor Stevens, Osgood, Indiana, with JRE 252377. The reserve champion was second in that class, Andrew Anderson, Grant City, Missouri, with 2505 Axel. Placing on the class of Texel Fall Ram Lamb or Fall ewe lambs, first place to entry 13, Hilty Texels 80, Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. Second place to entry 14, Bockelman 0429, Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana.
A really nice class of females out here in the yearling ewes to start your show. One that we find at the top, just really good off the side. One that paints such a picture, balances up tremendously well. And again, you get over top of this one, she is just overwhelming. So big about her top, comes back to a huge upper hip. One that I love the rib shape on. When you analyze her in terms of her fore rib and the way she lays into her blade, just one that's so good up front. And then you get behind her, and she's just got so much power. I just think that's an easy kind of winner in my estimation. I like that ewe a great deal. We come to the ewe here in second. Maybe doesn't have quite the power we're seeing in that class winner. But, boy, that one that's so long from that 13th rib back, one that's really long in her overall spine as well, and still stays really true. You analyze her in terms of her underline and overall balance. Boy, she's really good in terms of that chest floor. She's really square up there. She's got some added extension. I think that's a nice ewe to come in second. Ewe here in three. Again, I love the rib shape. I like the top shape in this female. One that you get over top of her, and she is just so round-bodied type of a sheep. Now, one when you analyze her compared to the counterpart standing directly ahead of her, she's a little shorter through that front third. She's a little shorter in her overall makeup compared to them in terms of length of body, and we set her in a motion. She maybe just doesn't want to utilize that rear hock quite as well as what I'd like to see, but boy, I think that's being really critical. That's a beautiful ewe. We come to the ewe here in four, and one that the young lady brings us out, one that's got a beautiful head on it. You get in front of that one, boy, it really looks like a traditional Southdown type of a head. I like the color. I like the head shape of that one, and that's what kind of runs her up here. I think she's good enough down her top. She's got enough spread in terms of center body. She's good enough in her underline. Maybe she doesn't have the overwhelming features we're seeing in those, but just in terms of her head shape and breed type, she's got to be here in four. We round out the class again, one that maybe gets a notch shorter than what I'd prefer to see compared to the one standing directly ahead. But again, when you analyze in terms of balance and underline, I think she's really good there. She's straight down her top. Just a ewe that there's maybe need to stretch out to be able to go ahead and move higher. Good group of sheep. Congratulations.
Placing on that Baby Doll Southdown Yearling U class, first place to entry number 26, Bigwoods, Donker, 619. Oregano, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ola, North Carolina. Second place to entry number 24. Bombay Baby Dolls, 2416. Brooklyn Torin, Venata, Oklahoma. Third place to entry 18. Hadley, Kinley, and Knox Paulus, West Milton, Ohio. 4 to entry 19. Reese Woodford, Baldwin, Wisconsin. And 5 to entry 22. Caitlin Basil, Baldwin, Wisconsin.
Over here on the baby doll ring, just two individuals, but boy, a hammer of a class. I like both of these a great deal. That being said, you get out here, and maybe we're not using a bigger one, but I think this young lady brings us a show pony out here. One, when you set her in motion, boy, she stays wide, she stays true, so athletic. And then when she gets her stuck, love the elevation through the front end. Like when I get over top of her, she gets wider as she comes back into that hip. Just a little better through the front end of her skeleton, a little fresher as well. And as she progresses back, she just gets so much wider. I think that's an awful nice one. That's my speed. I like that one a great deal. And then you come to this Ulam here in second. Again, no slouch. One that you really like in terms of her center body and rib shape. She's so wide open. She's really big about her top. She's got some bone work underneath. The trade-offs here, she's just not quite as cool up through the front third of her skeleton. And then when you get behind her, she's a little wider about her shoulder than compared to her pelvic region as you view her in terms of progression is working back. But boy, I think both of these are awful good. I'd like to own either one of them. Congratulations.
Placing on the Baby Doll Southdown Fall Lamb class, first to entry 27, Bombay Baby Dolls, 2472, Barbie, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois. Second to entry 16, Bombay Baby Dolls, MN 83994, Adeline Poff, Norwalk, Wisconsin. Placing on the Texel Winter Lamb class, First place to entry number 15, Pine Knob Farm 2542, Jocelyn Beebe, Summers, Connecticut. Second place to entry 18, Bockelman 439, Alex Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana. Third to entry 16, Jocelyn Beebe, Summers, Connecticut. 4 to 17, Avery Lindsay, Coshocton, Ohio. And 5 to 21, Alexis Cook, Lower Salem, Ohio.
Over here on the baby doll side, a really nice set of ewe lambs as we get out here. And that being said, we're not going to try to reinvent the wheel. I think this class comes together rather logically. I think we have a beautiful ewe off the side that we're going to lead off with. One that, again, we talk about an extension up ahead of her blades. One that's just so long through that front, really shallow about her chest. One that balances up really appropriately. Boy, she's got a big top in her as well. I think she's got a big foot. Just a really fancy kind of a female. As we set her into motion, I think she maintains herself. Maybe if we're going to get critical, I'd like to see her just a notch wider. She wants to narrow up on the move, but boy, if we could change that, I think that one is one that is just wild good. We come to the ewe here in second. and one that you really like. Again, she follows suit with my class winner, one that's maybe not quite as up and out as that one, but boy, she's kind of tricked out. She's good down her top, really big about her rib shape, one that moves around the ring real free and easy. I like the bone work under that female. I think they make a logical pair to start the show with. We come to the U here in 3, and one that's maybe a notch shorter in her overall makeup, but boy, one that balances up really well. She's good through the front end of her skeleton. She's good down her top. She's good in terms of her balance. We just need to go ahead and stretch her out. You get over top of her. She just doesn't have the natural spread that we're seeing in them two up top. We come to the sheep here in 4, and again, one that's good in terms of its basic build. I think it's good enough about its angles. I like the bone work underneath of this sheep. One that's got some spread through the middle. One that's just a notch plainer about its overall makeup compared to the trio standing directly ahead. Rounding out the lineup, again, a really fresh and feminine type of a female. One that's got some length, the hind saddle length, the top. Today, it's just a notch more refined in its overall bone work for me to work up any higher, but a great group of sheep. Congratulations.
Over on the Texel side, move into the youngest age group, and I think a set that just falls together really well for me. Front, you've got a good pattern one that I think drops up well. I like her in terms of her height to shoulder and extension from there forward. Squareness of deep legs, I think is very, very good. I'd like to make her just a little better over her loin at this stage of the game, the way she sends her loin into her hip, but I think maturity will certainly aid her with that long term. I like the basic build of the one that's in 2.
Placing on the Baby Doll Southdown Winter U Lamb class. First place goes to entry 30, Hild Brothers Rosa Stark, 25313, Brooklyn Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Second to entry number 31, Big Woods Portia Donkers, 665, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois. Third to entry 32, Francis Alley Brennan, Kirkland, Indiana. Four to entry 28, Caitlin Basil, Baldwin, Wisconsin. And 5 to 29, Anna Capps, Hara, Oklahoma. Placing on the Texel Spring U Lamb class, first place to entry 23, Cooks, 2535, Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana. Second to entry 22, Pine Knob Farm, 2560, Colin Beebe, Summers, Connecticut. Third to entry number 25, Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. And 4 to entry 26, Alexis White, Lower Salem, Ohio. Placing on the White Lincoln Yearling U class, first place to entry 22, JRE 24-2300AI, Jackson Stevens, Osgood, Indiana. Second place to entry number 19, Buckshot 2408, Emily Stevens, Norwalk, Ohio. Third place to entry number 14, Mackenzie Gill, Whitehall, Maryland. 4 to entry 23, Jillian DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. And 5 to entry 21, Emily Stevens, Norwalk, Ohio. For the Texel show, our champion U goes to entry number 12 out of the yearling U class, Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana, with Cook's 2404. The reserve champion was the class winner from the winter U Lamb class, entry number 15, Jocelyn Beebe, Summers, Connecticut, with Pine Knob 2542. For the Texels, your next class is Young Flock. Young Flock will be your next class. Hampshire exhibitors, please be getting ready. We're on our final class of Texels. Hampshire fitted senior Ram Lambs will be the first class for the National Hampshire Junior Show. Placing on the White Lincoln pair of yearling U class, first to entry 25, Emily Stevens, Norwalk, Ohio. Second place to entry 26, Jillian DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. And third place to entry 24, Emily Amons, Chelsea, Vermont. Placing on the White Lincoln Senior U Lamb class, first place to entry 28, Echo 2505, Kezi, Andrew Anderson, Grant City, Missouri. Second place to entry 27, Promised Farm F0124, Hannah Swanson, Albany, Indiana.
Another really nice class as we get out here, view lambs. And that being said, I think we find the class winner rather handily when she steps in the ring. One that just kind of commands it in terms of overall style and look from the side. One that is really big about her top, really opened up in terms of her rib. One that maybe, if you want to nitpick, I read her just being a notch quicker. She's more towards her end point than I prefer to see out here in this late class. But boy, with all the positives she has to offer, she's still the one that has to lead it off for me. We come to a fresher U here in second. One that is a notch more basic in terms of its overall build. But with that being said, got some extension through the front end of its skeleton. One that's good down its top. One that balances up appropriately from the side. You said it in motion. Maybe get here compared to our class winner. We come to a sheep here in 3 that boy, the longer it's out here, it just keeps working up on me. You get over top of this sheep, the progression is really good. It gets wider as we come back to that hip. We get off to the side. One that you want to talk in terms of chest and underlying quality and just overall build and structure, boy, that one's awful neat. Certainly doesn't have quite the mass and power we're seeing in the 2 standing directly ahead, but boy, there's a lot of positives. I think that sheep's going to have a bright future. We come to another greener, more immature sheep here in 4, one that, you talk length of body, boy, it is long from its 13th back, one that's really good down its top as well, balances up appropriately, just giving up a little too much in terms of overall shape and mass compared to some standing directly ahead. The 5th place sheep out here, one that you want to just love the rib shape and the top shape in this female, one that's just so massive. With that being said, again, we're just a notch quicker. And then when we analyze up front, we're just a little too bold about our breastplate. We're a little too coarse about our front end assembly to go ahead and move any higher. But I do appreciate the overall rib and mass that one brings to the table. Congratulations.
Placing on the Texel Young Flock class, first place went to entry 29, Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana. Second to entry 30, Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. And third to entry 31, John DeRunk, West Sunbury, Pennsylvania. That does conclude our Texel Junior show. Now ready to move right on in to our Hampshire show. We need Hampshire fitted senior ram lambs. That's the National Hampshire Junior show. Fitted senior ram lambs will be that first class. Placing on the Baby Doll Southdown class of spring ewe lambs, first to entry 45, Nichols, Snow White, 2075, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois. Second place to entry number 40, 3M Baby Dolls, OH 3707, Madeline Mag, Ottawa, Ohio. Third to 39, Ethan Basil, Baldwin, Wisconsin. 4 to 38, Hadley, Kinley, and Knox Paulus, West Milton, Ohio. And 5 to 41, Jacoby Mag, Ottawa, Ohio.
Well, again, a great set of females all the way through in this show, and we're not going to spend a lot of time. I think a great set of sheep and a great set of kids out here, and it's been fun to work through. That being said, we get out here and taking nothing away from any of the others, but I think there's a trio right here in the middle that are just ultra good, and I think these things are wild, and each one of them has one that something that I like just a notch better. The reserve gets a little close for me between a pair of them. My champion comes to me pretty easy from the time we watch this one move about the ring. She's my speed, she's my style, she's what I like to raise. And then for reserve, it gets really close. I think there's one with just so much width and body and dimension. I really like that. And then you got one that, man, she is wild. She paints a picture. Maybe she doesn't track quite as wide as what we're seeing in my overall champion. But boy, I think she offers so many positives just in terms of look and build. And you get off that 3/4 angle, and boy, she is beautiful in terms of her underline and balance. Today, we're going to go ahead and we're going to use this young lady directly ahead of me for champion. We're going to follow up with this one for reserve. Congratulations. Congratulations. Great job, girls. Good job.
For our Baby Doll Southdown show, our champion ewe went to the first place fall ewe lamb, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois, with Bombay Baby Dolls, 2472 Barbie. Reserve champion came from the winter ewe lamb class, shown by Brooklyn Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin, Hild Brothers, 25313. Rosa Stark. For the National Junior Hampshire Show, first place in the fitted senior Ram Lamb class went to entry 1, Walnut Grove 0190, Aaron Holleran, Waterloo, Illinois. Second to entry 2, Charland Farms F2451, Brody Payne of Kirkland, Indiana. We want to thank Abby Wazorek from the South Dakota. She's the South Dakota Hampshire Queen. She's assisting us in the ring today with these awards for the National Hampshire Junior Show. Placing on the White Lincoln Early Ewe Lamb class, first place to entry number 35, JRE 252363, Jackson Stevens, Osgood, Indiana. Second place to entry 46, C&B 2404, Mitchell Brown, Princeton, Indiana. Third place to 31, Malix Raisler, Manawa, Wisconsin. Fourth place to entry 29, Andrew Anderson, Grant City, Missouri. And 5 to entry 30, Noah McAllister, Delaware, Ohio. Placing on the Hampshire class of fitted January Ram Lambs, first place to entry 6, K. Person, 2512, William Taylor, Salem, Kentucky. Second place to entry 4, Cahoon, 0769, Avery Smith, Spirit Lake, Iowa. And third place to entry 5, Elise Cahoon, Orangeville, Illinois. Placing on the young flock for the Baby Doll South Downs, first place goes to entry 55, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois. Second place to entry 54, Hadley, Kinley, and Knox Paulus, West Milton, Ohio. Third to 53, Brooklyn Torrin of Veneta, Oklahoma. 4 to entry 52, Madeline Mag, Ottawa, Ohio. And 5 to 56, Alfred McDaniel, Thorndale, Texas. Placing on the Best Fleece Ram, first to entry number 60, Lieutenant Dan Joby Meisner, Ransom, Illinois. Place for the Best Fleece Ewe, entry 64, Hadley, Kinley, and Knox Paulus, West Milton, Ohio. Placing on the fitted February Ram Lamb class for the Hampshires, first place to entry 8. Meyer, 2554, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Second to entry 9. Nob Hill, 2520, Kirby Joe Bacon, Greenview, Illinois. Third place to entry 11, Elise Cahoon, Orangeville, Illinois. Placing on the Hampshire fitted March Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 7, 7 mile 25043, Big Jake, Conley Hoagland of Glendive, Montana. We're now showing for fitted champion and reserve champion Ram for the National Junior Hampshire Show. Your next class will be the fitted yearling U class. For our junior national Hampshire show, our champion fitted ram came out of the January Ram Lamb class. Entry number 6, William Taylor, Salem, Kentucky, with K Person 2512. The reserve champion from the February Ram Lamb class, entry 20, Kenzie Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois, with Meyer 2554. Placing on the white Lincoln late ewe lamb class, first to entry 39, fought 2534, Mackenzie Gill, Whitehall, Maryland. Second place to 42, Alpha Omega 2506, Apple, Noah McAllister, Delaware, Ohio. Third to 43, Caitlin Coleman, Lakeville, Ohio. 4 to 40, Malix Raisler, Manawa, Wisconsin. And 5 to 38, Andrew Anderson, Grant City, Missouri.
A really nice class to start your Poll Dorset show. And that being said, we've got some differences out here, and we've got some give and take as well. That being said, I think we find the most complete ram to the top. Boy, one that just paints such a picture when you get off the side. Love the bone work under the sheep, like the style and extension through the front end. One that's truly level down his spine. Comes back, he's got enough thickness, he's got enough rib shape and balance. I think just a really, really nice place to start. Then we come into some rams here in 2, 3, and 4, and you can jumble these up however you want and which way you want to talk your positives. The buck that we're starting here in second, boy, he is certainly the most uncooperative. But boy, when he gets settled down and gets the spine back into him, he gives such a good look. He's big about his feet and legs. One that is so good from his 13th rib on back. He's really long in terms of that hind saddle and still paints a good picture. Now, that being said, he really wants to roach up when he's fighting these young ladies, and it makes it really kind of hard to analyze him. But, boy, when you put your hands on him and analyze, I think he's good there. He just doesn't want to cooperate out here in the show ring. We come to a buck here in 3 that's different than the rest of them in this class. Boy, he is round-bodied, big top type of a sheep. One with just so much meat and muscle. I like the way he lays into his forerib lays into his blade. One that's really good down there. You put your hands on him, he's the wider sprung buck of this whole lineup out here, and that's what works him up here. He certainly maybe doesn't have quite the extension through the front end. He's not quite as large framed as what some of these bucks are, but he's sound. He's good in terms of his overall body and mass. We come to a really large buck here in 4. One, you like the point of the shoulder and how he runs uphill. He's extended up through the front end. He's got some bone work as well. You get over top of him, I think there's some width there. The thing for me when we analyze him, we get back here, one, he's just shorter flank to flank. He's so tall up there at his chine bone and up to his front end, it almost just makes him look even more short. But from flank to flank, he's one of the shorter ones in that top 4, which lays him in here to the 4th hole. The young men have done a great job down here on this buck. One that is so long, so extended up through the front end. There's a lot of things you like about that one. Today, we need to change the set off of his hocks. We set him into motion, and he really gets up under himself. We just need to change that angulation to be able to go ahead and move him any higher today. But a great group of rams. Congratulations.
Placing on the Poll Dorset fitted fall ram lamb class for your national Poll Dorset Junior Show. First to entry 9, Pine Knob Farm 2506, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Second place to entry 8, Reynolds Stock Farm 2504, Baker, Campbell Seymour, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Third to entry 6, Hadley Paulus, Castown, Ohio. 4 to entry 7, Taylor Dietz, Seymour, Illinois. And 5 to entry 5, Braxton Forrester, Hillsdale, Michigan. Placing on the Lincoln class of pair ewe lambs, first place goes to entry number 49, Noah McAllister, Delaware, Ohio. Second to 47, Malix Raisler, Manawa, Wisconsin. Third to 48, Hannah Swanson, Albany, Indiana. And four to entry 50, Jillian DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. There will be a Lincoln Junior Show exhibitor social and awards program today at 3 o'clock in room South Wing B 107. Again, that's a Lincoln Junior Show exhibitor social and awards program at 3 today in room South Wing B 107.
Over here on the pulled Dorsets, I think we have two really nice rams. The buck we're going to lead off with, one that's just so stout and powerful in terms of his bone work, gives off a great look from the side, one that is really good on the top side of his shoulder and the way he lays into his spine, one that comes back to a really square hip, balances really well, just a really nice kind of a ram to start with. Boy, we have a large outline buck here in second, one with the notch longer from that 13th rib on back, one that, again, really stout and powerful in terms of his bone work, gives off a really good look. When we put our hands on this one, he's just not quite as good out of the top side of his shoulder, and some of that comes with the size. We set him into motion. I think both these bucks are acceptable. Maybe this one doesn't track quite as wide, but I think he takes long gait. I think two nice bucks, and it's kind of a coin toss out here. This is the way I see him today. Congratulations.
Southdown Market Lamb weigh-in has just got about 20 more minutes. That's weigh-in and classification. That'll be from 8:30 to 10 this morning at the 4C Southdown Pens. Also, the Stars of Louisville Southdown sale check-in is at that same time, same location, so you've got about 20 minutes left. Placing on the National Pole Dorset Junior Show fitted winter Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry number 11. Crouch, 2513, Taylor Crouch, Maroa, Illinois. Second place to entry 10. Spildy, 9687AI, Brady, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Placing on the Hampshire fitted yearling U class for the National Junior Hampshire Show, first to entry 20. Meyer, 2450, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Second to entry 18, Mum, 2409, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Third to entry 16, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Four to entry 15, Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana. And 5 to 17, Conley Hoagland. For our Lincoln Show, the National Junior Lincoln Show, our champion ewe goes to the first place yearling ewe out of the white division. That's entry 22, Jackson Stevens, Osgood, Indiana, with JRE 24-2300. Reserve champion was second in that yearling class Entry 19, Emily Stevens, Norwalk, Ohio, with buckshot 2408. Now ready for white, best white fleece. Best white fleece will be your next class. And then white young flock.
Out here for your champion Dorset Ram. Four really nice individuals, and congratulations all the exhibitors. A really nice set of sheep all the way through. That being said, we come out here, and I think there's one that just kind of runs away with it in my estimation in terms of overall build and skeletal quality, and still having enough mass and power, yet looking like a show sheep and having some width underneath. When you get in front of these, they're still opened up about their chest, and I think that's something that we really need to focus on, in my opinion. Again, I'm not going to tell the breeders what to do out here, but it's something I'm kind of looking for. Today, that fall ram, he's going to go ahead and be your champion. I think he's awful nice. For reserve, it gets just a notch closer for me. I think, again, a really opened up type of a sheep there in second out of that class with so much bone work, and then a really flashy kind of a ram comes out of this younger class, a lot of bone work, and again, just really good build. Today, he's going to get the nod for reserve. Congratulations.
Age group, a fitted use, and I think again a challenge, but I think two of them on top that bring a lot of quality to the table. I think the one that we lead off with in terms of her where we start. I like the way she sends her neck out of her the top side of her shoulder. I like the way she gets out of her front end. That one's a little bit longer in terms of just her body from her blade back, and then I think she's just a little bit more honest and genuine in terms of the top side of her rib cage. Her center body as we compare her to the one that's in second. Now, does she need to be better as she sends her more into her hip? Probably. Could she be just a little bit more attractive in terms of her hind leg set? Probably there as well. I think those are both advantages. For the you that comes out in second, that's one that I like a good deal in terms of the stretch and reach to her hind leg and the length to her hip there. I like her top line. To me, as you get your hands on these two sheep, there's a little bit more wall there. As you work directly behind her shoulder and over the top side of her rib cage. I'd like to take her neck and just set it just a little bit more correctly on the top side of her shoulder. Good pair there. You can line them the way that you like on the outside. Third's a really neat looking, smaller sheep that's just a little bit younger and more juvenile in terms of how she's presented out here. Another one that age or maturity aside, we just need to take her neck and set it a little bit more correctly on the top side of her shoulder there, center to the surface, with just a little bit more soundness of feature. Big extended view in four that has as much grow as anything in this particular set. As we set the sheep in motion, she's the one that probably needs to get out and go more comfortably in her loin and out of her hip. And then the one that we round out the set with is as stout and as powerful as anything in this particular set. She gets just a little bit more pronounced in her breastplate, a little thicker and more mature up front. And then once we set the sheep in motion, she can get out just a little bit more athletically as well. Congratulations to those five.
Placing on the Hampshire Fitted Senior U Lamb class, first place to entry number 25, Bobendreyer 24-111, William Taylor, Salem, Kentucky. Second place to entry 27, Bobendreyer Boys 24-111, Caitlin Willard, Northampton, Massachusetts. Third to 24, Henry Nielsen, Alexandria, South Dakota. 4 to 26, Foster King, DeGraff, Ohio. And 5 to entry 22, Aaron Holleran, Waterloo, Illinois.
Hi, Kat.
For our Paul Dorset Fitted Ram champion, it went to entry 9 out of the Fitted Fall Ram Lamb class, Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Pine Knob Farm 2506. The reserve champion fitted ram goes to entry 11 from the fitted winter ram lamb class, Taylor Crouch, Maroa, Illinois, with Crouch 2513. For our National Junior Lincoln Show in the white division, best fleeced animal went to Eleanor Stevens, Osgood, Indiana, with JRE 25 2377. Our senior champion, ewe, for the fitted Hampshire show, went to the first place fitted yearling at ewe, entry 20, Kenzie Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois, with Meyer 2450. Reserve champion in the senior division to entry 18, second place yearling ewe, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois, with Mum 2409. Placing on the white Lincoln Young Flock class, first place to entry 57, Emily Amons, Chelsea, Vermont. Second place to entry 56, Hannah Swanson, Albany, Indiana.
a really fun class of females to start this side of things. I think we have a trio that are very different in their type and kind, and that makes it a little harder for you to come out here and sort your priorities. That being said, I think we have a really nice one to lead off with, one that's just so big about her top. You get over top of her and she overwhelms you. So round in terms of her rib and center body. One that still balances up well enough from the side. She's got some bone work. You get in front of her, she's got some width underneath as well. Still looks like a female up through the front end. We set her in motion. I think she does really nice about moving about the ring. Maybe if we're going to be real critical, I'd like to see a little more flex out of her rear pastern as you set and go. She gets just maybe a notch stiffer, but that being said, I think she stays wide enough. She takes a long enough stride. Is odd as it is out here, we've got a large frame ewe that when we set him into motion, she is the smoothest moving. She takes a long gait. She flexes right. One that I like so many things about down low in terms of just when we set him into motion. When we get her stuck, boy, the young man does a great job. So extended. That sheep looks like $1 million off to the side. You get up on that sheep. Boy, it's carrying a lot of cover, and it adds a lot of dimension and rib shape. If you read into that, boy, I think we peel that back off. She is the narrowest of my top lineup. Like so many things about her, we just need to go ahead and naturally make her wider, make her more muscular to go ahead and for me to feel comfortable to move her up. We come to a sheep in 3 that when I'm off the side, boy, I'm drawn to this one. Love her in terms of her chest floor. She is wide. She is shallow. One that's really good about her angles, like the extension as well. Good down her top. One that shortens up a notch compared to the 2 standing directly ahead. And then when you analyze, I like to clean the black spots off of her nose. We set her in motion, and boy, she just doesn't want to flex quite as well for me off of them rear hocks to go ahead and feel comfortable starting the class. Next sheep out here really kind of follows her in type and kind, like the rib shape, like the dimension. One that's good enough down her top. Again, just maybe a notch shorter, maybe not quite as cool through the front third of her skeleton is what we're seeing. We come to the ewe rounding out the class. One that's just greener out here in her condition today. It looks like maybe she's raised a lamb, and I applaud her for that. But being said, out here in the show ring, we just need more natural shape and thickness to go ahead and move any higher. A good group of sheep. Congratulations.
Placing on the natural colored senior ram lamb class for the National Lincoln Junior Show. First place goes to entry number 60, Promised Farm F1224. Hannah Swanson, Albany, Indiana. Second place to Lean, 2447 Moonlight, Shell Lean, Arlington, Iowa. Placing on the Poll Dorset fitted early yearling U class for the National Poll Dorset Junior Show. First place to entry 18, Nichols Sheep Farm, 2364 Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Second place to entry 15, Stunkel, 3851, Thomas Bandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois. Third to entry 19, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. 4 to 16, Colby Dietz, Seymour, Illinois. And 5 to 17, Justine Lindo, Chile, Wisconsin. Placing on the fitted Hampshire January ewe lamb class, first place to entry 33, Cahoon 771, Kenzie Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Second place to entry number 34, Alf 45425, Milo Bacon, Greenview, Illinois. Third to entry 36, Avery Smith, Spirit Lake, Iowa. 4 to entry 32, William Taylor, Salem, Kentucky. And 5 to entry 37, Foster King, DeGraff, Ohio. Placing on the natural colored class of the National Lincoln Junior Show for early fall ram lambs. First to entry 61, Promised Farm 2506, Hannah Swanson, Albany, Indiana. Second place to 63, Mum 2504, Luke Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Third to 64, Shalene, Arlington, Iowa. And 4 to 62, Elizabeth Laframboise, Stark City, Missouri.
Over here on your Paul Dorset side, second class yearling ewes. Boy, a really nice one to start with. One that's just really athletic as we set her into motion. You get over top of her. She's got a big top. Love the rib shape and center body in this female. I think she's good about her head. And then you view her on the underside of her skeleton. Really opened up, really wide base type of a sheep. Same story here in two. One that you really appreciate again for just the power and mass she has. The base width this female brings to the table. When we analyze her compared to her counterpart, not quite as neat at the bottom side of her shoulder. Not quite as neat through the front end assembly is what we're seeing, but I think one that really follows in type and kind. The one that kind of draws you in comes here in 3. Love the length, the side length, the hind saddle of this sheep. Again, really extended, really big, powerful type of a female. When we set this one into motion, I need her to handle her hocks just a notch nicer. She doesn't want to have quite the flex off of that rear that we see in the 2 directly ahead, and that sorts of the third hole for me. We come to the really large frame type of a sheep here in 4 again. One that's really long-sided, really long spine type of a sheep. And again, I think she holds herself together well enough. Is she quite as tricked out and neat as what we're seeing at the top end of this class? Maybe not. Maybe doesn't have quite the overall power that we're seeing. But boy, a really nice class of ewes. Congratulations.
Placing on the Paul Dorset fitted late yearling ewe class, first to entry 21, Scotch Lane Farms 925, Prim, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Second to entry 22, Mystery, DF Nichols Sheep Farm 3202, Gemma Dorsey, Moreau, Illinois. Third to entry 20, Nash Arthur, Greenfield, Indiana. And 4 to entry number 23, Campbell Seymour, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Placing on the natural colored Lincoln late fall Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 65, Mum 2591, Luke Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Second to entry 66, Promise Farm 2526, Hannah Swanson, Albany, Indiana. And third to entry 67, Malix Raisler, Manawa, Wisconsin. For the natural colored National Junior Lincoln Show, our champion Ram went to entry number 61 out of the early Ram Lamb class, Hannah Swanson, Albany, Indiana, with Promise Farm 2506. The reserve champion to the class winner of the late Ram Lamb class, entry 65, Luke Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois, with Mum 2591. Placing on the fitted February ewe lamb class for the National Junior Hampshire Show. First place goes to entry number 47, Meyer 2548, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Second place to entry number 40, Cahoon 0783, Elise Cahoon, Orangeville, Illinois. Third to 49, Ryder Juntanen, Bryant, South Dakota. Fourth place to entry 39, Milo Bacon, Greenview, Illinois. And 5 to entry number 44, Brody Payne, Kirkland, Indiana.
A really fun class to sort through and evaluate, and some pieces and parts, and a lot of similarities in this top lineup out here. That being said, I think we have one that we're leading off with. It's just really complete. Boy, she is level down her top. She balances up pretty well from the side. She's got some natural base width about her. You put your hands on her. She's so long from that 13th rib on back. One that percentages really well. One that's not as coarse as some of the others that we found through the front end. Certainly, if we're going to be critical, I'd like to rotate back where her neck placement comes out of her shoulder and just make it come out the top side. But I think one that's good through that front end assembly. My favorite in terms of front end assembly comes here in 2. One that's good about her angles, really good about the lower end of her chest as well, and breastplate and the way she lays in. Super stout-footed type of a sheep. One with so much rib and mass and body as well. One that loses out a little bit in terms of overall length of body that we're seeing at this class winner. The sheep coming here in 3. Man, you get off to the side of this one. This is the one, again, that I'm kind of drawn to, like her in terms of her underline and her overall balance and symmetry. Again, really extended type of a female. One that when I go to put my hands on her and handle her loin, she's the shortest loin one out here, and I don't need them to be the longest. But, boy, when I put my hands on that one, I just question whether it's quite long enough out of that rear third of its skeleton to go ahead and move any higher today. We've got a large frame sheep coming here in 4, and certainly the largest, more eye-appealing type of a sheep, really long-sided as well. With that, when we set this one into motion, I just needed it to move better off of its rear, too. It wants to get just a little more upright about its hip today for me. One that when you analyze her in terms of at the ground, just not quite as stout in her footwork. But, boy, like the top shape, like the rib, and like the length of skeleton. We come to the ewe here in 5, and again, really nice kind of eye-appealing sheep. One with some bone work underneath of it. One that when we put our hands on her, we're just not quite as wide as what we're seeing at the top end of this class. Don't have quite that natural curvature. One that's maybe a little more upright about its shoulder blade out here, but I think one that's acceptable in that aspect. But when we're breaking them down, this is the way I see them today. Great group of sheep. Congratulations.
Placing on the fitted early fall ewe lamb class for the National Pole Dorset Junior Show. First goes to entry 30, Reynolds Stock Farm 2502, Taylor Crouch, Maroa, Illinois. Second place to entry 31, Pine Knob Farm 2510, Abigail Parks, Leyden, Massachusetts. Third to entry number 29, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. 4 To entry number 25, Grace DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. And 5 to 28, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana.
Well, congratulations again to the Pole Dorset Fitted exhibitors. A great set of females out here on the senior side. 3 class winners, all really uniform in terms of their type and kind, but with that, got some differences in their overall makeup. That being said, it gets really close out here for reserve for me. I think the champion comes to us rather logically, in my estimation, for what I'm looking for, just in terms of breed type, soundness, body, and in some width and dimension. But for reserve, I mean, we've got some different ways we can go, whether you like them a little larger and longer sided or a little better built and moving. I think there's some pieces out here for you. I'm going to go out here and select your champion reserve and show you the way I like them. Congratulations.
Placing on the March and later born ewe lamb class for the fitted Hampshire show, first place goes to entry number 57, Mum 2587, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Second to entry 54, Meyer 2567, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Third place to entry 51, Sadie Pullen, Waterloo, Iowa. 4 to 55, William Taylor, Salem, Kentucky. And 5 to entry 52, Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana. Placing on the natural colored yearling ewe class for the National Lincoln Show, first place to 73, Milliken M 24-241, Riker Stevens, Osgood, Indiana. Second to 71, Buckshot 2419, Emily Stevens, Norwalk, Ohio. Third place to 75, Brett Martin, Attica, Ohio. 4 to 70, Luke Mumm, Whiteheath, Illinois. And 5 to 69, Luke Mumm. Placing on the natural colored pair of yearling ewes for the Lincoln Show, first place to Luke Mumm, Whiteheath, Illinois. Placing for our senior champion and reserve senior champion fitted ewe for the National Pole Dorset Junior Show. Our senior champion ewe goes to the first place fitted early yearling ewe, entry 18, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana, with Nichols Sheep Farm, 2364. The reserve senior champion ewe went to entry number 30, Taylor Crouch, Maroa, Illinois, with Reynolds Stock Farm, 2502. For our Hampshire show, our junior champion ewe goes to entry 47, Mackenzie Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois, with Meyer, 2548, out of the February ewe lamb class. Reserve came from the March and later born ewe lamb class. Class winner, entry number 57, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois, with Mum, 2587.
ewes that are ahead of her today. A nice set of ewes. Congratulations.
A really nice. A nice class of pulled Dorsets over here. We got a ewe lamb we're leading off with. One that's certainly the most complete. Boy, she's sound in terms of her movement. One that's really good down her top. She's really wide down that top as well. Really like the upper hip shape. Like the balance of this female. And what kind of sets her apart from the second place here is her front end assembly. She's just a notch neater through that front end compared to what we're seeing in the second. The second place ewe, again, big top, big rib type of a sheep. One, I like the bone work. I like the added length of body I see compared to my class winner. When we analyze her, she's just not quite as neat through that front end of her skeleton. Draws her down here into the second hole. Third place sheep, again, really youthful appearing type of a sheep. One that's level in its spine. One that balances up well enough. Set this one into motion, and it just doesn't get off its rear two quite as nice as what we're seeing in the front two. We come to the sheep here in 4, and again, a really youthful appearing, greener type of a sheep. One with some real extension up through the front end. One that just doesn't have the added meat and muscle that we're seeing at the top end today out here in the show ring. And rounding out, the boys are doing a really nice job trying to show one that doesn't want to cooperate real well, but one that balances up really nice out here. Again, we just need more thickness and mass to be able to go ahead and move it higher today. Congratulations.
Yeah, good set here. Congrats.
For our fitted Hampshire show, our overall champion ewe was our junior champion ewe out of the February ewe lamb class, entry 47, Kenzie Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois, with Meyer, 25-48. The reserve champion was our reserve junior champion out of the March and later ewe lamb class, entry 57, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois, with Mum, 2587. Placing on the natural colored Lincoln Senior ewe lambs, first place to entry 80. Luke Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois, with Raider, 25-30. Second place to 81. Promise Farm, F0624. Hannah Swanson, Albany, Indiana. Third to 82. Katie Miller, Newville, Pennsylvania. 4 to 78. Shell Lean, Arlington, Iowa. And 5 to entry 79, also Shell Lean. Placing on the polled Dorset fitted late fall ewe lamb class. First to entry 36, Owen Torrance, Good Hope, Illinois, with TML 2429. Second place to 24, Campbell Seymour, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, with Reynolds Stock Farm 2518. Tess. Third place to 39, Theo Angus, Piper City, Illinois. 4 to 40, Hadley Paulus, Castown, Ohio. And 5 to 35, Braxton Forrester, Hillsdale, Michigan.
for me today, your fleece is just a little bit past the prime. I'd like to get that thing busted opened up a little bit more. I'd like to get that female run on the sideways, but it would say meant for the female.
A really nice class of Poll Dorset females out here, and I think we have a top pair you sort to rather handily. The ewe we're opting to start with, one that is just my speed. She's really extended type of a sheep. I love the bone work underneath of her. I love the rib shape when I get on top of her. Really good on the top side of her shoulder. She comes back to the wider hip. Maybe gives up a little bit in terms of length with the ewe coming behind her, but I think the added rib shape and the added bone work underneath is what draws her there. The ewe here in second, again, beautiful profiling ewe. I like the breed type as well, one that balances well enough from the side. Maybe not quite as neat in her breastplate as my class winner, just not quite as stout in terms of her bone work. You view her about her upper hip, maybe not quite as wide there, but she comes with a little more size, a little more length of skeleton, so I'm going to accept that. This is the way I see a really nice pair up here in 1 and 2. We come to the ewe here in 3, and again, one that you really like the bone work under this female, one that's sporty about her overall look, one that maybe gets a notch shorter compared to the one standing directly ahead. Just want to go ahead and stretch that one out if we're going to go ahead and try to split those, but I think one that's really good in its basic build. This one coming here in 4, boy, it's a horse of a different speed. This thing is tall-fronted, long-sided, just super extended type of a sheep. And if you're in the big ones, I think come next year, that's going to be the one you run with. That sheep is going to be a monster. And I think as she develops, maybe she opens up and offers enough in terms of overall width. And boy, she's going to be a powerhouse. Today, for me, one that just doesn't have enough. I get over top of her and she's just a notch narrower, a notch flatter through the center portion of her skeleton to go ahead and justify moving her today. Round out the class, the young kids are having another tough time out here with one that didn't want to cooperate, but one that's pretty sound, one that's good down its top and has some thickness about it. Just doesn't come with the added intangibles that we see at the top of this class. Congratulations.
Placing on the natural colored early ewe lamb class for the National Lincoln Junior Show. First to entry 88, Luke Mumm, Whiteheath, Illinois, with Heritage Hill, B29. Second place to entry number 83, Mumm 2511, Abby Brown, Princeton, Indiana. Third to 89, Emily Amons, Chelsea, Vermont. Fourth to 87, Caleb Klein, Claypool, Indiana. And 5 to 85, Hattie Hendricks, Leonardville, Kansas. Placing on the fitted winter ewe lamb class for the Poll Dorsets. First place goes to entry number 43, Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Scotch Lane Farm 990. Second to entry 45, Spildy 9681 AI, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Third to 50, Owen Torrance, Good Hope, Illinois. 4 to 49, Morgan Crouch, Maroa, Illinois. And 5 to 48, Braxton Forrester, Hillsdale, Michigan. placings on the Hampshire Slick Shorn Senior Ram Lamb class. First place to entry number 65, Platinum 25311, Olivia Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. Second place to entry number 66, Need to Know, Seth Aarons, Rochdale, Indiana. And third to 67, Noah McAllister, Delaware, Ohio.
He's one that I like a great deal in terms of his feature, and just he's got them big pearly whites down low. Unfortunately, he just comes in a couple more pieces. Base of his shoulder doesn't blend quite as well into his forehead, and then as you study that one down his top line, he's just a little off in terms of how he sends his loin back into his hip there, but I thought those top three were certainly quality sheep. Stout, powerful sheep. The young lady's doing a great job getting shown down in 4 down there. Big-footed, heavy structure, wide-chested, bull-bodied one that just, again, comes in a few more pieces. He's a little bigger shouldered, a little rounder out of both ends, and maybe just doesn't have quite the same youthful touch down his top line than those 3 that precede him in this class. Really hard-handling one that is neat-fronted, that comes in 5 down there. I like that about him. He's just a little bit more youthful, if you will, or immature in terms of just his handle, in terms of his time from the outside. Unfortunately, he just needs to come with more mass and maturity at this stage of the game to get further up in this class. Nice set there, give him a round of applause.
Another nice class of Pole Dorset females, and I think we have one that leads off, one that just is overwhelming in terms of size and just mass out here, one that's good down her top, really level, really good in terms of her balance from the side. I think she's got enough bone work. I think she's good enough about her breed type as well. She kind of gets an extra nod there. Just a really nice kind of ewe to start with. The ewe that I really like comes in here second, one that is so extended up ahead of her shoulders, one that's really good down her top as well. She runs uphill, one that balances so well from the side. Maybe I'd like to see her cooperate just a little bit better to see how she gets out and goes. She's certainly given up some size, but boy, one that's built like that is certainly my speed. I like that ewe a great deal. We come to the sheep here in 3, and it's my challenging sheep. This one is big-footed. It is tall-shouldered. She's long-sided. I think she's got enough thickness as well. Maybe she's not got the most outward turn to that rib, but I think one that forecasts she's going to be wide enough as you read her at the base. With that being said, for me out here today, we need to change the angle to her shoulder. She just gets more upright. She gets over in her knee, and I need to just change that about her. And, boy, I think you can run with her. I think that's going to be an awful tough yearling ewe that's going to go third today. We come to the ewe here in 4, long-sided type of a sheep, one that's really well balanced, like the rib shape and like the top in this sheep, one that maybe wants to run downhill and just get a notch coarser through the front end of its body compared to the ones that were standing directly ahead. Long-sided sheep coming here in 5, one you really appreciate for all the rib shape it brings to the table, just really massive when you get over top of it, one you really appreciate for those reasons. You get in behind that one and maybe it narrows up in terms of its hip, one that's a little more refined at the ground than what we're seeing at the top end of the class, but a great group of sheep all the way through. Congratulations.
Placing on the natural colored pair of ewe lamb class for the National Lincoln Junior Show. First to entry 1, Katie Miller, Newville, Pennsylvania. Second, Luke Mumm, Whiteheath, Illinois. Third to Hannah Swanson, Albany, Indiana. 4 to Noah McAllister, Delaware, Ohio. And 5, Elizabeth Laframbose, Stark City, Missouri. Placing on the Slickshorn January Ram Lamb class for the National Hampshire Junior Show. First to entry 77, Clark Coyle, Taradice 25035. Clark is from Danville, Kentucky. Second place to 71, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana, with Hogger 25070. Third to 69, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin. Fourth place to 68, Harper Newton, Eaton, Ohio. And 5 to entry 74, Colt McCoy, Perrysville, Ohio. Placing on the Pole Dorset fitted spring ewe lamb class, first place to entry 59, Spildy, 9692, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second to 51, Crouch, 517, Bela Crouch, Eureka, Illinois. Third to entry number 61, Delaney Crouch, Maroa, Illinois. Fourth place to 53, Theo Angus, Piper City, Illinois. And 5 to entry 57, Gemma Dorsey, Moro, Illinois.
On the top side of his hip, but I'd like to make just longer and leveler back there. But I think that's a very competitive pair. Nice shooting third that's wide-chested and bull-bodied and muscular. Doesn't come with the same amount of just look and quality as the two that precede him in this particular class, but I do think there's a lot of good in that shoot. The one that comes out in four is tall-fronted and hard handling. He just comes in more pieces. He needs to be a little bit better directed behind his shoulder and on the top side of his rib cage. Handle with more spread up high. And then the one in five down there is kind of the same story. I think that's a tall-fronted one that has some handling quality. Unfortunately, though, he's just a little narrower. He's a little bit more off out of his hips. And then you get in behind him, just needs to be scouted out his docking from behind as we compare him to a really stout set up forward ahead of him. Congratulations, really nice stuff too in this class. Congratulations to this set.
Over here on the Pool Dorset side for your junior champion female. I think a really nice set all the way through. It's been a lot of fun working through them. I think we've had a lot of depth of quality throughout each class, and you get out here, and I think there's 6 really nice individuals, and certainly not cookie cutter. There's some differences, and that's all right. We're going to find the better ones out of each class and get them back out here and analyze them for what they are. I don't think everybody has to raise the same type and kind. Raise what you want, what you like and prefer, and I'm good with that. I'm just going to sort them the way I see them out here. So that being said, I think it gets kind of difficult which way we want to go. I think you got some give and take all throughout this. But that being said, I'm going to go out here and show you how I like them today. Let's put our hands together for the kids as we do so.
For our natural colored Lincoln show, our champion ewe went to the late natural colored ewe lamb, Katie Miller, Newville, Pennsylvania, with Miller 25008. The reserve champion went to the first place fall ewe lamb, entry number 80, Luke Mumm, Whiteheath, Illinois, with Raider 2530. Placing on the natural colored pair ewe lamb class, first place went to Katie Miller, Newville, Pennsylvania. Second, Luke Mumm, Whiteheath, Illinois. Third to Hannah Swanson, Albany, Indiana. 4 to Noah McAllister, Delaware, Ohio. And 5 to Elizabeth Lafarm Brose, Stark City, Missouri. For our Pole Dorset Junior show, our junior champion ewe went to the first place fitted Winter ewe lamb, entry 43, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Scotch Lane Farm 990. The reserve junior champion came out of the fitted spring ewe lamb class, entry 59, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin, with Spildy 9692.
Again, congratulations to the Pool Dorset exhibitors. We're not going to spend a lot of time out here. Again, I think 4 really high-quality individuals, and you can kind of sort them however you want. I think we have a little more uniformity out here in this lineup than what we did in the previous. And again, my priorities, I want some thickness, I want some width and some curvature to that rib, and still look like ladies up front and their assembly there as well. That being said, we come out here, and I think that senior drive, taking nothing away from the juniors, I think that was an awful tough drive. We're going to go ahead and we're going to stick with them for your overall champion reserve views. Congratulations.
For our Pole Dorset Fitted show, the senior champion ewe was also our overall grand champion ewe. Entry number 9 out of the fitted fall. Pardon me. Out of the fitted early yearling ewe class, entry 18, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana, with Nichols Sheep Farm 2364. The reserve senior champion was our reserve overall grand champion. Entry 30, Taylor Crouch, Maroa, Illinois, with Reynolds Stock Farm 2502. For our natural colored Lincoln show, our young flock class placings. First place to Luke Mumm, Whiteheath, Illinois. Second, Hannah Swanson, Albany, Indiana. Third place, Elizabeth Laframboise, Stark City, Missouri. And 4 to Shell Lean, Arlington, Iowa. For our natural colored Lincoln show, our best fleeced animal goes to Hannah Swanson, Albany, Indiana, with Promised Farm 2535. In our Slickshorn Hampshire show, our February Ram Lamb class, first place went to entry 79, Samantha Everhart, Carlisle, Indiana, with Everhart 2520. Second to 84, Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin, with Johnson 25077. Third to entry 81, Valley Yancey, Huntsville, Arkansas. Fourth place to entry 78, Haley Blatt, Robisonia, Pennsylvania. And 5 to 87, Caitlin Jornby, Brownstown, Wisconsin. Placing on the March and later born Ram Lamb class for the Slickshorn Hampshires, first to 91, Everett Mueller, Adele, Wisconsin, with Johnson 22314. Second to entry 90, Nash Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin, with Johnson Family Showstock 25179. Third to entry 92, Olivia Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. And 4 to 89, Lydia Wilson, China Grove, North Carolina. For our Slickshore, Hampshire show, our champion overall ram went to entry number 77 out of the Slick January class, Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky, with Paradise 25035. The reserve champion went to entry 79 from the February Ram Lamb class, Samantha Everhart, Carlisle, Indiana, with Everhart. Placing on the white border Leicester Fall Ram Lamb class, first to entry 2, T. Johnson 0226, Callie Oplinger, Smithville, Ohio. Second place to entry number 5, Week Overlook Manor Farm 6548, Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland. And third to entry 4, Mackenzie Adams, Chibance, Illinois.
A nice way to start out your slick sheared show over here on the Polled Dorsets. The ram we're going to lead off with, one that's ultra muscular, one that's really big about his rack, shows me some width down his top, comes back, he's got more expression in his stifle and his upper hip as well. You get off this side, he balances up well enough, send him into motion, and he's the one that just moves about the ring for ear and easier, better about his joints. We come to the ram here in second, one that's really smooth in his overall pattern, like the way he lays his forerib into his blade, one that's just really smooth down his top. With that being said, we're not quite as square up front. We're not quite as stout at the ground. You get in behind, just doesn't have quite the extra punch we're seeing in that class winner, but another really nice kind of a ram. Congratulations.
Placing on the Slickshore Fall Ram Lamb class for your National Polled Dorset Junior Show, first to entry 66, OTH Farms 560, Harper Carey, Richwood, Ohio. Second place to entry 67, Rudisill Club Lambs 25023. Chrissy Joe Akers, Ashton, West Virginia. Placing on the early white spring ram lamb class for the Border Leicesters. First place to entry 11, H. Barkley 2512, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Second to entry 10, H. Barkley 2519, Abigail Parks, Leiden, Massachusetts. Third place to entry number 12, Brianna Moeller, Orient, Ohio. 4 to entry 20, Hannah Hewitt, Forney, Texas. And 5 to entry 7, Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland. Placings on our first class of Slickshorn yearling ewes for the National Hampshire Junior Show. First place to entry number 139, Everhart 2385. Samantha Everhart, Carlisle, Indiana. Second place to entry 136, Menon, IN 49 5272, Hayden Taylor, Arlington, Wisconsin. Third to entry 122, Haley Blatt, Robisonia, Pennsylvania. Fourth place to entry number 133, Gavin Foff, Norwalk, Wisconsin. And 5 to entry 135, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin.
Over here on your pulled door sits on the slick sheared. I think you sort to a top pair rather quickly, and between them, they're not similar. That being said, the one we find in terms of athleticism and motion and just overall look from the side and build and front end assembly is the one we're leading off with. Certainly you love the feature at the ground and how stout-footed that creature is, but he's also the wide-chested one. He's the wide one in terms of his base width, yet you get up in front of him. He's really good at the bottom side of his blade. Love the way he ties into that neck and just his whole front end assembly. You get over top of him, big rack, comes back to a really big upper hip, balances really well from the side. I really like the underline in that sheep as well. Now, granted, we're giving up a little bit in terms of lower cheek and lower quarter compared to the buck coming next, but I just think in terms of athleticism and getting about the ring, he's the one that has to go ahead and lead off for me in a tough pair. We come to the young man's buck here in second, and does a great job getting this one stuck. Boy, this one runs uphill. Love the extension. Love the feature at the ground as well. And I think he's good about his balance, just like the front one. Maybe not quite as shallow in his chest, not quite as good at the bottom side, but with that, he comes with more power as well, so you're going to grant some of that. The biggest difference to me is when we set him into motion, I need him to move better off his rear, too, to be able to go ahead and compete in this class. I don't think it's bad. I think it's just a sort for me out here. Coming to a sheep here in 3, and again, one that's really basic in terms of its overall build. It runs uphill. It's got some extension. It's got some angularity as well. He comes with a lot of power. When you analyze him at the ground, he's just not as stout in terms of his foot and bone work today compared to the two we're starting with. One that when you get behind him, he just doesn't have quite the added length of hip. Excuse me, sorry about that. Length of hip that we're seeing in those two directly ahead. But I think one, if you're just looking for raw power and muscularity and center body, boy, he's bringing you that. The wild-looking sheep is here in 4. One you really appreciate just for that length of side and the extra extension up through the front end. One that you can tell the young lady's put a lot of time into and does a great job getting that one stuck. With that being said, we need to change the angulation to his hock today to be able to go ahead and move him any higher in this particular lineup. Rounding out my top 5, a really big top type of a sheep. One you like the rack shape, you like the balance from the side and the muscularity from behind. When we put our hands on him and he just doesn't have quite the loin, the hip loin there, we need to make him just a notch fuller and handle better there. Maybe not quite as good at the bottom end of his shoulder as well as what we saw at the top end of this class, but I think a really good group all the way through. Congratulations.
Results from the class of Slickshorn Winter Ram Lambs for the Pole Dorsets. First place goes to entry number 73, Allie Boyd, Latonia, Ohio, with Obsession Showstock 5596. Second place to entry 81, Grizzly Martin 25016, Blake Martin, Attica, Ohio. Third place to 71, Seth Aarons, Rochdale, Indiana. Fourth place to 74, Jinsley Ball, Greenville, Iowa. And 5 to 75, Eric Taylor, Jeffersonville, Ohio. Placing on the white Border Leicester Spring Ram Lamb class, first place to entry number 13, Fogel, 1257, Emmett Fogel, Shreve, Ohio. Second place to entry 19, Jay Baird, 25019, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Third to 16, Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland. 4 to 15, Haxton Yard, Watauga, Illinois. And 5th to 17, Mackenzie Adams, Shabance, Illinois. Champion Ram for the White Border Leicester show goes to our first place in the late Ram Lamb class, entry number 13, Emmett Fogel, Shreve, Ohio, with Fogel 1257. The reserve champion was the class winner of the Fall Ram Lamb class, entry number 2, Callie Opliger, of Smithville, Ohio, with Travis Johnson 0226.
out here in this class of buck lambs. Really competitive class all the way through, and some differences. And again, that makes it a little more difficult to sort through and analyze your priorities. That being said, we have two sheep up here on the top end that I think are really good in a lot of ways, and maybe there's a few things I'd like to change on each of them. The one we're leading off with, I'll be the first to admit, boy, he is just not as comfortable off his rear two as I like him to be when we set him into motion. There's times where he kind of relaxes and gets going, and then I can get a read. But, boy, I'd like him to stay just more coordinated and really drive off those rear two for me to be comfortable and go ahead, and we could have made this class a lot shorter. That being said, when this young lady gets this one stuck, boy, it runs uphill into her. Love the extension. Like how smooth-shouldered it is. Still, when you get up front, boy, it is wide and square in its chest. One that just really clean up through the front end. Get off the side. I love the balance and the silhouette of that one. I like the feature as well. You put your hands on it. Really a big top. You like the rack shape. Comes back to a big hip. Shows me enough turn to that lower stifle. Maybe if we were going to be critical out here, he's not the best heighted, not the best skin. Draws away from the look from the side or the overall attractiveness. But that being said, you know, he's just, there's so many good things about that sheep. We're not going to let the skin come into play. We come to a sheep here in second that boy, when we set him into motion, this is the one I'm drawn to. He stays wide, stays smooth, really puts his foot down where he needs to. One that's just so good in so many areas. Love the feature and stoutness of that one. With that being said, when we get over top of that one, he's as wide at his shoulder as he is coming back. Maybe just if you're going to analyze compared to that shoulder width, I'd like to see a little more outward expression to that stifle back here. And again, we're not judging a market lamb show. I like the width and the mass that one brings to the table. He's just not as clean and attractive through the front end, and maybe just doesn't have the punch to carry that shoulder from the back if you're going to analyze him compared to the counterpart that we're going to lead off with. But I think two really nice rams. We come to the sheep here in three. Certainly the most immature, and boy, I keep coming back to this one. Because, again, like my class winner, when she gets it stuck, that one runs uphill, shallow-chested, good balance, and maybe has a little more lower turn to that stifle compared to that class winner. One that when we analyze him up front, just not as clean at the bottom side of his shoulder, the way he lays his blade in, maybe just not quite as wide in his chest as that one, but, again, really nice kind of a ram. We come to the sheep here in four. Really long-sided type of a ram, one with a big square rack in it. He comes back. I really like his upper hip and his muscularity. One that really gives a good picture off the side. That being said, when we get over top of this guy, need to open him up in his forerib. He's a little wider there and more protrusive at the bottom side of his shoulder. I think if we could just change him right there and open him up to the center portion, he's probably the one that runs away with the class in terms of just squareness and muscle shape. Boy, he's pretty neat. We come to the young ladies here in fifth, and again, really good fronted type of a sheep. I like how square this one is. I like how wide and just good he ties in up there. When you put your hands on, really fresh touching type of a sheep, really good looking type of a sheep. We just don't have as much muscle as we get behind and over top of him. We need to give him just more natural shape to be able to go ahead and move him higher. Good group of sheep all the way through. Congratulations to all the exhibitors.
Placing on class number 2 of our Slickshorn yearling used for the National Hampshire Junior Show. First place goes to entry 107, Ellerbrock 20422, Cole Ellerbrock, Atkinson, Illinois. Second place to entry 102, Johnson Family Showstock 24192, Wyatt Nixon, Delavan, Wisconsin. Third place to entry number 116, Anara Schroyer, DeGraff, Ohio. Fourth place to entry 113, Ava Wilson, Columbus, Wisconsin. And 5 to entry number 119, Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Placing on the class of Border Leicester, White yearling, early yearling ewes. First place to Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland, with Week Overlook Manor Farm 6419. Second place to entry 43, Jay Baird 2409, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Third to entry 38, Emma Keeney, Waukesha, Wisconsin. 4 to entry 45, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. And 5 to 41, Brianna Moeller, Orient, Ohio. Placing on the Slickshorn Pole Dorset Spring Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 85. 406 Club Lambs 2588, Francesca Volpe, Helena, Montana. Second place to entry 94. Northern Oklahoma College 25054, Kaylee Florence, Falmouth, Kentucky. Third to 83, Owen Torrance, Good Hope, Illinois. 4 to entry 93, Charlie Crouch, Eureka, Illinois. And 5 to 91, Madeline Crouch, Springville, Indiana.
As we get all the Rams back out here for your Pole Dorset and the Slick Show. Again, been a really competitive show all the way through, and I look forward to getting into the females. That being said, I think there's 6 nice individuals, but there's a pair of them I got to keep together when they come out. I thought they were so elite, just some differences in their type and kind and where I lay my priorities, but taking nothing away from the others. We're going to stick with the 2 out of that middle class for your champion reserve today. Congratulations. Very nice job out here. Great job getting it shown, too.
Champion Ram for the Slickshorn Pole Dorset Junior Show goes to our first place Winter Ram Lamb. Entry 73, Allie Boyd, Latonia, Ohio, with Obsession Showstock 5596. The reserve went to our second place in that Slickshorn Winter Ram Lamb class. Entry 81, Blake Martin, Attica, Ohio, with Martin 25016 Grizzly. Placings from the white Border Leicester yearling U class. First place goes to entry number 31, Emmett Fogel, Shreve, Ohio, with Fogel 1232. Second place to 30 with Jay Baird 2423, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Third place to entry 27, Kaylee Oplinger, Smithville, Ohio. 4 to 28, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. And 5 to placing on the Class 1 of Senior U Lambs for the National Junior Hampshire Show. First place to entry number 142, Grayson Poe, Trafalgar, Indiana, with KPO 4012. Second place to entry 156, Ambergy 25-029, Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. Third to entry 161, Ryan Liggett, Carmel, Indiana. Fourth place to 155, Samantha Everhart, Carlisle, Indiana. And fifth to 154, Breland Slack, North Manchester, Indiana. Placing on the fall ewe lamb class for the white Border Leicester show, first place goes to entry number 50. H. Barclay 2447, Oliver O'Keefe, Marlborough, Connecticut. Second place to 49. Travis Johnson 0224, Harper Amos, Rushville, Indiana. Third to entry 48, Claire Henry, Carrollton, Ohio. 4 to 51, Mackenzie Adams, Shabance, Illinois. And 5 to entry 47, Samantha Logan, Orient, Ohio.
I apologize, taking a little longer. An extremely good class of females out here, and the sorts are rather small and minute, and more like just kind of your priorities and the way you're laying into them. I think we have a really good top lineup, taking nothing away from the ones we pulled. Some awful good use over there as well. That being said, I think we find our class winner rather logically, in my estimation, maybe a little further along in terms of gestation than I'd like to see out here in a show ring. But boy, that being said, she gets this one stuck, and she just looks the part from the side. So extended up in front, one that balances up tremendously well on the underside, really stout in terms of her feature. You get in front of her, and she's the wide-chested one. She's the big-backed one. Love that hip, like that stifle shape. I think that's just a really elite kind of view that we're going to go ahead and lead off with. 2 to 4, and we had some differences in their type and kinds, and yet some similarities. That being said, when we have the kids step off of them like this is the one that kind of presents itself. Runs uphill naturally, has enough extension. Certainly not quite as extended as use on either side, but with that being said, really smooth at the bottom side of her shoulder, one that's really clean about her breastplate. She balances up really well from the side. So much shape when you get in view from behind. I think she's one that's stout enough in terms of her footwork. As we analyze her compared to the counterpart that we're just leading off with, just doesn't have that extra wow factor we're seeing in that female. But I think, again, really nice kind of a U. The U here comes in 3 is one that kind of works up on you. Boy, she is big backed type of a sheep, one with a huge upper hip, so much shape from behind, and one that has enough extension. Now, that being said, maybe just a notch more common about the front end assembly compared to the 2 standing directly ahead. Maybe not quite as stout in terms of its bone work, and that's what lands her in the 3rd. I'd like to just change her up to the front end and give her a notch more in terms of stoutness, and I think we'd feel comfortable. A great handling sheep coming here in 4, one that is so good in terms of skin, and I know that's only aesthetics, but boy, it is really neat when you get up there on one, and it's just got a great touch, great handle, really nice kind of a U that way. But then off the side, she balances really well, extremely muscular. She's round caged. Now, is she a notch quicker and more moderate than what we were seeing at the top end? Maybe so. She gets a little more protrusive about her breastplate as well, and that gets her drawn down in here. But I think that's a really well-managed type of a U. The young lady's done a great job with that one. We come to the U here in 5th, and again, really big back type of a sheep with so much shape from behind, really wide about her pin set, balances up well enough. Again, we start losing out just in terms of on the front end. She's not quite as elite, not quite as trim up through the front end of her skeleton as what we were seeing at the top end of the class, but a really good group of sheep all the way through. Congratulations to all the kids.
Placing on Class 2 of our Slickshorn Senior U Lambs for the National Hampshire Junior Show. First place goes to entry 150, Amara Bugenhagen, Makwango, Wisconsin, with Johnson Family Showstock 25007. Second place to entry 145, Reagan Lepper, Argus, Indiana, with Michael 178. Third place to 148, Claire Perogowitz, Lisbon, Ohio, 4 to 147. Kylie McCoy, Albion, Indiana, and 5 to entry 153, Leland Ging, Rushville, Indiana. Placing on the early Slickshorn Yearling U class for the Pole Dorsets, first place went to entry number 115, Purple Haven Farm 2410 Iris Gensley Ball, Greenville, Iowa. Second place to entry 116, Slack 4188 Carter Bills, Columbia City, Indiana. Third place to entry 126, Zoe Johnson, Sycamore, Illinois. 4 to 125, Allie Boyd, Latonia, Ohio. And 5 to 99, Charlie Crouch, Eureka, Illinois. Placing over on the Border Leicester class of white January ewe lambs. First to entry number 56, Abigail Parks, Leyden, Massachusetts, with H. Barkley 2523. Second to entry 60, Brianna Moeller, Orient, Ohio, with J. Baird 250006. Third to entry number 59, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Fourth to 52, Carly Mailing, Cape Nettic, Maine. And fifth to 57, Callie Opliger, Smithville, Ohio. Our senior champion U goes to the first place U 107 out of the second class of yearling ewes, Cole Ellerbrock, Atkinson, Illinois, Ellerbrock 20428. The reserve senior champion to entry 139 out of the first class of yearling ewes, Samantha Everhart, Carlisle, Indiana, with Everhart 2385.
Another really nice class out here, and I think we find one that combination sheep for me, and it leads off one that runs uphill, really extended type of a sheep, one that balances up so well from the side, and then you get behind it. Boy, this ewe is fresh. She's not over conditioned, so round about her rib, big top type of a sheep. She comes back, really like the upper hip, like the stifle shaped and the depth as you view her back there in that low quarter. Yeah, you get in front, and she still looks like a lady up through the front end. She's still wide enough about that chest. I think her breed type is good. I think that's just a really nice place for me to start. We've got some sort here in 2 and 3, and boy, I wouldn't argue a whole lot either way. Today, preference, we're going to lean towards the stouter featured one, the one that's better about its breed type as well. That's still got to be part of it when we're talking in the Dorsets out here. Really big top type of sheep. I like the rack shape. Comes back to a big enough hip. Is it got as much muscle as the ewes on either side? Maybe not when we view it from behind. Maybe it's not quite as good at the bottom side of its shoulder and the way it ties in up front in its breastplate compared to those ewes. But boy, that is a really pretty head on that sheep as well. Clean about her feet and legs. One that runs uphill. That's a nice ewe to come in second. The ewe here in 3. Love the rib cage and back shape in this sheep. One that's so good in its forerib and the way it lays in. One that's just so big as you work back in terms of shape and width. One that maybe doesn't want to run uphill for these young ladies quite like the two directly ahead. The biggest thing for me today is I'd like to change it about its breed type especially. We work down. She's getting pretty dark about them feet. Doesn't have quite the head shape we're seeing on them. But boy, I like the width of chest. I like the front end assembly of that sheep. That's a nice one to go 3. We come to the sheep here in 4 and one that is not quite as smooth in its overall makeup. Right there through the front end of its skeleton, the way we come into that forerib and out of the backside of her shoulder, I'd like to just open it up and make it just a notch squarer, notch truer coming back there. We view it from behind, maybe not quite as much shape, but boy, it can get around the ring free and easy enough. We just don't have quite the assembly we're seeing in the ones directly ahead. Big back, big muscle type of a sheep coming here in 5, and the young lady's done a really nice job with that one, getting to present itself. One that balances up really well. You set her in motion, and that's nice enough sheep on the move as well. The biggest thing for me today is we're just getting a little bulkier about our shoulder. We'd like to clean up the bottom side to go ahead and move it higher, but great job with that one, young lady.
Placing on the late slick shorn yearling ewes for the pole Dorsets. First place goes to entry number 100, Silversmith 24101, Caden Lake, Norwich, Ohio. Second place to 108, WD Dorsets 1362, Eric Taylor, Jeffersonville, Ohio. Third to entry 106, Brooklyn Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Fourth place to 110, Jeffrey Wilson II, Dansville, New York. And 5 to 109, Brackney Fulford, Crawfordsville, Indiana. Placing on the February ULAM class for the White Border Leicester Show. First place goes to entry 72, J. Baird 25020, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Second place to entry 63, Fogel 1248, Emmett Fogel, Shreve, Ohio. Third place to entry 76, Parker Wetzel, Franklin Grove, Illinois. 4 to 66, Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland. And 5 goes to entry 73, Emma Keeney, Waukesha, Wisconsin. Placing on the Slickshorn January ULAM class, the first class of those. First place to entry 251, All-Star 2507, Lily Williamson, Noblesville, Indiana. Second place to entry 245, Hogger 25003, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. Third place to entry number 252, Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. 4 to 244, Regan Klotz, Richmond, Indiana. And 5 to 249, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin. We also would like to wish a very happy birthday to Brenda Lobdell today. Placing on the March and later born ULAM class for the White Border Leicester Show. First place goes to entry number 81, Fogel 1250, Emmett Fogel, Shreve, Ohio. Second to 82, Travis Johnson 0253, Kate Henry, Carrollton, Ohio. Third place to entry 80, Kaylee Hoppliger, Smithville, Ohio. 4 to 78, Oakley Yard, Watauga, Illinois. And 5 to 79, Haxton Yard, Watauga, Illinois.
Again, a really fun class to evaluate through, and we're taking a little more time as we work through these. Again, we've got some give and take and some similarities, but then you get into a pair where it's almost a coin flip in my mind, and you want to make the right decision, and that way on the drive home, I'm happy and satisfied with the job I did out here. That being said, again, I think we find a class winner that fits the previous ones out here. One that runs up shoulder, still looks like a lady up through the front end, so extended, good at the base of the shoulder in terms of assembly and chest. One that's really good down its top. A lot of thickness and spread down that top. One that balances up well from the side. And boy, I like them tricked out like that too. I mean, it looks like a show sheep. That's one that's easy for me to get drawn towards. Here in 2 and 3 is where my sort really starts to come into play. We've got a ewe that comes in second here that maybe doesn't have as much mass and power and punch as some of them out here. Boy, you set that one into motion, and boy, she just knows how to use her joints, the way she utilizes the ring and gets out and can use her knee and flex in terms of her hock. And then she's still got the extension up through the front end. She's got enough power and shape up high. You set her, or you get behind her, and maybe she just doesn't have quite that lower curve, that lower shape that we're looking for out here. And so it makes it a little more difficult in my mind which way I'm going to go. We come to the young lady here in 3 that boy, if you're making stud or market lamb type ewes in that, this is the one you're going to go after. She is big back, good about her rack shape, comes back to a big spread in terms of her pins. She's got some shape and stifle behind, one that I think balances up well enough. That being said, we're a little rounder about our front out here, and we're a little more refined in terms of our bone work than the two we're seeing directly ahead. But that being said, I like the center body in that sheep, and I like that muscularity and shape so much up high. It made it a little tougher decision than what I was comfortable with, just making it quick. We come to a sheep here in 4. Again, really big top type of a sheep, one with some rib shape and some shape in from behind, one that I think balances well enough. When we analyze this one again about its front end, I like to move that neck back out of the top side of its shoulder, and I think we could go ahead and run her higher. The next young lady does a fantastic job getting this one stuck. The way she shows that one and gets it to gather itself up and run uphill, boy, it makes it really deceiving. When we set that one into motion is where we fault it. Just gets a notch coarser and wants to fall apart. Great job out here. Congratulations to all the exhibitors.
Placing on the Border Leicester pair of white ewe lambs. First place goes to entry 88, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Second place to 85, Callie Opliger, Smithville, Ohio. Third to 91, Emma Keeney, Waukesha, Wisconsin. 4 to 92, Mackenzie Adams, Shabance, Illinois. And 5 to entry 86, Emmett Fogel, Shreve, Ohio. Placing on the Paul Dorset Slickshorn Fall ewe lamb class, first place to entry 140, Emery Yoho, Yates Center, Kansas, with Silversmith 24110. Second to 139, Knox Ritz, Corey Brothers Club Lambs, CB252, Roxa. Knox is from Brownstown, Indiana. Third to 129, Braylon Bisher, Coatesville, Indiana. 4 to 134, Braylon Slack, North Manchester, Indiana. And 5 to 132, Brianna Farrell, Columbia City, Indiana. For our Porter Lester show in the white division, our overall champion ewe was the White March Ewe Lamb class winner, entry 81, Emmett Fogel, Shreve, Ohio, with Fogel 1250. The reserve champion goes to the first in the February ewe lamb class, entry 72, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio, with J. Baird 25020.
Well, congratulations to the Dorset exhibitors. It's been a great show out here. I look forward to getting into the younger ewe lambs and evaluating through there. That being said, I think a great set of sheep out here, and boy, you can't make a bad decision. In my mind, I think these ewes are all real similar, maybe varying stages of degrees of finish out here, but they're wide-chested, they're big top, they still look feminine enough. They've got some extension and some feature about the ground. You set them into motion. I think there's one that maybe excels in that area, and the other two are pretty similar. For me, it's pretty difficult, but I think I found one that when I'd go to a sale, I'd try to take home. Excuse me, I'm starting to stumble over my words. I'd try to take home, and then for reserve, it gets just a notch closer even, just in terms of freshness and the way you want to go. That being said, we're going to go out here and find you a champion reserve senior females. Look forward to getting into the ewe lambs. Congratulations.
For the white border Lesters, we're now ready to show white best fleece. White best fleece is the class that should be in the ring. For our Slickshorn Pole Dorset show, our senior champion ewe goes to the first place in the Slickshorn Late Yearling Ewe class, entry 100. Caden Lake, Norwich, Ohio, with Silversmith 24101. The reserve champion was first place in the Slickshorn Fall Ewe Lamb class, entry 140. Emery Yoho, Yates Center, Kansas, with Silversmith 24110. Placing on the second class of Slickshorn January ewe lambs for the Hampshire show. First to entry 231, Grayson Poe, Trafalgar, Indiana, with Slick 2510. Second place to 238, Reagan Clark, Bloomington, Indiana, with Baker Show Lambs 2506. Third to 226, Grayson Poe, Trafalgar, Indiana. 4 to 227, Ashton Royer, Sharpsburg, Maryland. And 5 to entry 221, Grayson Alley Parker, Barnesville, Georgia. For the Border Leicester show, best white fleeced animal is in entry number 98, shown by Emmett Fogel, Shreve, Ohio, with Fogel 1250. Border Leicester exhibitors, following this young flock class, we will have a best headed white Border Leicester ram class, followed by a best-headed Border Leicester U class. I would suggest that you kind of put the Rams on one side of the ring and the U's over on the other side, since most of them are out there right now anyway. placing on the young breeders flock for the White Border Leicester Show. First place goes to entry 118, Emmett Fogel, with Fogel 1257. Emmett is from Shreve, Ohio. Second place to 121, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio, with J. Baird 25020. Third place goes to Brianna Moeller, Orient, Ohio. Fourth to 125, Emma Keeney, Waukesha, Wisconsin. And 5 to 120, Callie Opliger, Smithville, Ohio. For our Border Leicester show, in the white division, our best-headed ram went to Emmett Fogel with Fogel 1257. The best-headed ewe to Josie Baird with 2408. Josie's from Canfield, Ohio. Placing on the Hampshire Slick Shorn January ewe lamb class number 3. First place to 210, Jada Schroyer with OH 20223304. Jada's from DeGraff, Ohio. Second place to entry number 202, Cole Ellerbrock, Atkinson, Illinois, with Ellerbrock 21154. Third to entry 201, Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. 4 to entry number 173, Jackson Ritter of Fortville, Indiana. 5 to entry 197, Ava Wilson, Columbus, Wisconsin.
Boy, a really nice class of ewe lambs out here, and we get them out in the lineup, and I don't think there's one that's absolutely perfect out here, but I think the one we find is the one that's so big down her top. She is wide from her rack all the way back to her hip, so much shape from behind. You get in front of her, she's the wide, square-chested one, still really good in terms of her shoulder. She's got some forearm, one that balances up well enough from the side. Now, when we set her into motion, maybe she doesn't maintain herself quite like I'd like to see, but I think by the time you put everything together, I don't think there's anything else out here that can get around her in my estimation. We come to the ewe here in second, and this one is one that's worked its way from second to fifth or anywhere in between. It's the more moderate one out here, maybe a notch quicker in its overall kind, but boy, that being said, great touching type of a sheep. I like the rack. I like the muscularity as we get behind, really square in terms of its shape. I think it's good about its underline. I think it's good enough about its front end assembly. As we talk about underlines and balance, that's where he gets a nod over the one coming 3. Young man does a great job getting this one to run into him. I like the extension through the front end. I like the touch. Big top type of a sheep, really good moving type of a sheep as well. Where we're starting to run into issues compared to that one, we're just not as good in terms of our chest forward compared to that rear flank and overall balance. But boy, I think there's a lot of neat pieces in that sheep. We come to the young lady coming here in 4. And one that runs uphill, really extended. When she's into that sheep, there's times where you wonder if maybe you can win the class with her. When we study true foot size, maybe she doesn't have quite as much as the ones we're seeing directly ahead. And again, when you get up in front of her, maybe just not quite as neat at the base of her chest compared to those. Same story here in 5. One that is so muscular in terms of its rack shape and its hip shape. You get over top of that one, you really like those things about it. I didn't get this one on the initial poll, and when we study that one's breastplate, I just need to make it better, and that's kind of what I was thinking in my head. But as we worked up in that class, boy, she still gives off a really good look, really extended type of a female. It's got some balance about her as well. I think a great class of sheep. Congratulations, all the exhibitors.
Placing on the natural colored Border Leicester show for fall ram lambs, first place goes to entry 128, Gage Sather of Bumpass, Virginia, with Echo 2510 Kinney. Second place to 129, also Gage Sather, with Echo 2501 Kevin. placing on the Slickshorn Winter Ewe Lamb class for the Pole Dorset Show. First place to entry 212, men and livestock 5393, Madeline Crouch, Springville, Indiana. Second place to 195, Tenant Livestock 2504 ET, Brooklyn Hodep, Jonesboro, Indiana. Third place to 192, Thomas Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois. Fourth place to 208, Reagan Barlow, Summerfield, Florida. And 5 to entry number 203, Brianna Fisher, Holiday, Tennessee. Placing on the natural colored Border Leicester Junior Show, first place in the early class of Spring Ram Lambs goes to entry 134, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio, with J. Baird 25012. Second place to 136, Elizabeth Handlin, Bear, Delaware, with Handlin 2503, Decentra. Third place to 131, Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland. 4 to 132, Sophia Keeney, Waukesha, Wisconsin. And 5 to 130, Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland. Placing on the Slickshorn January ULAM class, the fourth of those classes. First place goes to entry number 188, Cole Ritter, Fortville, Indiana, with Wheaton, MI 1269. Second place to entry number 172, also Cole Ritter, Fortville, Indiana, with Wheaton, MI 1269 25053. Third place to entry number 178, Lauren Heft, Delavan, Wisconsin. Fourth place to 192, TK Beckmeyer, Morrisonville, Illinois. And fifth place to entry number 181, Allison Cords, Charlotte, Michigan.
Masculinity and muscularity throughout the center. From France, one here in third, one that's just big, bold, and rugged, one that's got a lot of power to him, probably has the most mass and capacity to him. For me, he's just a little bit more coarse in his design. He isn't as fluid in terms of his movement. He's a little bit outside of his skeleton as he rolls throughout the ring. As we come here into the ram in fourth, one that's a bit plainer in terms of his design. I like his footwork. I like his bone work. I think his angles are just where we want him to be. If we could change him ever so slightly, I'd like to run out of the front end a little bit more smoothly than what he does for us today. Take a look at his fleece. I think it's good length, just a little bit past prime for me today. He comes the cross fiber on us as we work throughout it. Ram here in our fifth place hole, one that we do appreciate from a profile standpoint. He's the one that's our longest bodied, longest spine guy here for us in the class. He's probably the one that's got our biggest rack shape to us today, but unfortunately, when you look at him from up top, he just doesn't balance near as well. He's a little bit sharper on the edges as we handle him from the top, and just isn't near as square as the rest of the rams ahead of him today. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
A really nice class down here in the slick sheared side of Dorsets. One as we dig into these, I think we got some differences in types and kinds. And the one we're leading off with, maybe she wasn't the one that every time you look at her, she's not the one that maybe grabs your attention. But boy, the longer you study that one, I think that's the one that she's tall shouldered. She runs uphill. She's stretchy about that front end of her skeleton, still wide enough about her chest. She's got the feature at the ground. The closer you get to that one, the more you like her as well. Boy, she is great in terms of her hide and skin. One that's really big about her rack. She comes back to a really wide pin set. Still has some shape from behind. Now, grant you, maybe I'd like to see her just a notch more full out here today. I think that would help her underline. But I think, again, being critical, I think we set her into motion. That's where she excels. I think just a great U to lead off with. We come to the U here in 2. One that's really good about the top side of her skeleton. She's so wide from her rack all the way back into that hip. One that shows me some shape from behind. She's the better balancing in terms of her underline compared to that class-winning U. But when we get in front of her and study the bottom end of her shoulder makeup and breastplate, we're not quite as good as what that U was leading off with. We come to the U here in 3, and boy, there was times where I was going to dig in and run with this one. Love the feature, love the shape and squareness and muscularity of this female. One that is so big about her back shape, and you get in behind her, she kind of wows you. You get up front, she's wide-chested, like the forearm in that female as well. But again, with all that being said, we're just a little coarser constructed through the front end for me out here in a female show to go ahead and lead off with. We set that one into motion. She gets just a notch choppier. I need her to just take a smoother stride, and boy, I'd be comfortable running with that one. The U coming here in 4, again, kind of the similar story. Really good looking type of a U. Big top in that one, well balanced type of a sheep. One with some feature and squareness at the ground as well. When we set that one into motion, again, she just doesn't want to get out and go quite as well as what we're seeing at the top of the class, but a really nice U. Big top, big rib type of sheep coming here in 5. One that is so powerful from behind when you analyze her. With that being said, I just don't see the future that we're forecasting compared to the one standing directly ahead. She's a little quicker in her kind, but boy, you can't really deny the shape and squareness and rib shape that one's bringing to the table. Great group of sheep all the way down. Congratulations to the exhibitors.
Results on the Pole Dorset Slickshorn Intermediate Winter U Lamb class. First place goes to entry 177, Brian Scherer of Shreve, Ohio, with Shell House Livestock Company 25083. Second to Harper Nichols with Nichols Sheep Farm, W 2525. Harper is from Jerseyville, Illinois. Third place to entry number 269, Samantha Williams, Mabel, Minnesota. Fourth place to entry number 172, Lauren Brown, Mulberry, Indiana. And fifth place to entry 180, Nash Arthur, Greenfield, Indiana. Placing on the natural colored Spring Ram Lamb class for the Border Lesters. First place to 141, Alyssa White, Lower Salem, Ohio, with Campbell 84. 00003272.5. Second place to 137, Rowan Week, Overlook Manor, Farm of 6663. Rowan is from Chevy Chase, Maryland. Third place to 142, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Fourth place to 144, Greg Sather, Bumpus, Virginia. And 5 to 138, Elizabeth Hanlon, Bear, Delaware. Placing on the early class of Slickshorn February ewe lambs for the National Hampshire Junior Show. First place in that class went to entry 312, Ohio 81638651, Anara Schroyer, DeGraff, Ohio. Second place to entry number 298, Terradice 25061U, Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. Third place to 307, Jackson Ritter, Fortville, Indiana. Fourth place to entry 299, Braylon Slack, North Manchester, Indiana. And fifth to 310, Isabella Thompson, Lebanon, Indiana.
a really fun class to evaluate. And that being said, the one that leads off about 10 feet into the ring, and that thing just kind of commands your attention. This one is the one that makes it fun. You know, you come out here and find one that's my speed and athletic, that is that athletic with that big of a top shape, still that extended through the front end with that assembly, one that is just so good on the move, and then he gets it propped up. And boy, there was just never a doubt in my mind. That's my speed all day long. Young man, you do a great job bringing out a good one. We come to the sheep here in second. Again, one that's really big in terms of its back shape, one that's really big from behind, like the center body and rib in that one as well. Still really wide chested, one that's got some extension. One that, if we're going to compare to the next one that's just not quite as trim at the bottom side of its shoulder, one that's maybe just not quite as feminine through that front end. But I think where the intangibles add up, so stout in terms of its feature, big about its back, still big in the center body. That's the way we're going to go ahead and lead today. Love the front end extension of this next one that's a notch longer overall, and from that hind saddle, one that you really appreciate. Again, in terms of squareness of rack, she's so good at the bottom side of her shoulder. I like that as well. When we analyze, get behind her, she doesn't have quite the punch we're seeing in either of the ones standing directly ahead. You analyze her at the ground. She's not naturally as wide. She's not naturally as stout, but boy, I think that's a good-looking female. We come to the sheep here in 4, and again, big top in this one that's really well balanced, runs uphill, tall shoulder type of a sheep, one you like all those things about. Again, one that's just not quite as tricked out as the one going directly ahead, doesn't have quite the muscularity and shape we're seeing at the top 2. Round out my top lineup, a big middle type of a sheep, one that you like so much, just in terms of roundness of body and just so rotund. One that, when you analyze her compared to them, she just doesn't have the overall length, the skeleton up through the front end. She's not quite as square at the top side of her hip as what we were seeing in the ones going directly ahead. Great group of sheep all the way through. Congratulations.
Placing on the Border Leicester class of natural colored yearling ewes, first place to entry 156. Week, Overlook Manor Farm, 6-4-32, Elizabeth Hanlon, Bear, Delaware. Second place to entry 162, Echo 2402, Indy. Caitlin Malling, Cape Natick, Maine. Third to entry number 150, Sophia Kinney, Waukesha, Wisconsin. Fourth place to 154, Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland. Fifth place to entry 155, Hannah Hewitt, Forney, Texas. Placing on the Pole Dorset late Slickshorn Winter Ewe Lamb class, first place to entry 156, Dyer Club Lambs K476, Grayson Bell, Medill, Oklahoma. Second to 160, AAA Show Stock 0095, Pearl, Seth Aarons, Rochdale, Indiana. Third to 155, Alyssa White, Lower Salem, Ohio. Four to entry 164, Brady Miller, Lafayette, Indiana. And fifth to 153, Colby Dietz, Seymour, Illinois. Placing on the class of Slick Shorn February ewe lambs, that's the intermediate class for the Hampshire show. First place to entry number 275, 25-087, Parker Wheaton, Caledonia, Michigan, second to 279. Menon, IN 49 5402, Hayden Taylor, Arlington, Wisconsin. Third to 281, Carly Buchanan, Staunton, Virginia. Fourth place to entry 284, Grayson Poe, Trafalgar, Indiana. And 5 to 293, Garrett Might, Avalon, Wisconsin. Placing on the border Leicester show for the natural color fall ewe lamb, first to 163, Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland. Placing on the border Leicester natural color January ewe lamb class, first place goes to entry 164. Hanlon 2504, Daffodil. Elizabeth Hanlon, Bear, Delaware. Second place to 166. Aretta S501, Sophia Keeney, Waukesha, Wisconsin. Third to 165, Brianna Moeller, Orient, Ohio.
Another really nice class as we get out here, and I think we find a logical top pair out here in my estimation. That being said, I think there's some separation between first and second. This one paints such a picture off the side. Love this three-quarter view. She's got some width of chest. She's so extended. It just paints such a pretty picture. You like the feature at the ground. You put your hands on her. She is big, big top. Comes back. She shows me so much shape from behind. Yeah, you get in front of her, and boy, she still stays really neat and trim and true through the front end build assembly, through her front end. Just a really nice kind of a class winner. We come to a U that's maybe a notch more moderate here in second. One that you love the rib shape in this sheep. You get over top of her. She's so overwhelmingly round in terms of her center cage and body. She gets really big as we work back towards that upper hip and shows me that shape from behind. She's a little shorter through the front end compared to that class winner, giving up just a little bit of that extra length and look out here. But boy, I think that is a wide-built, really neat creature coming here in two. The sheep that I struggled with is here in three again. This one, when she gets it stuck, boy, you love that one. She's tall-shouldered, runs uphill. Love the extension. You get over top of her, and she's big top. She has a big rib in her, big middle. One that's got so many things going for her. We set her into motion. She wants to drop her front end out for me. You do a great job getting that pulled out of her. She looks the part off the side, but when we set her into motion, I just need her to hold her chest together a notch better to go ahead and feel comfortable moving her up. We come to the U here in four, and again, big top in this sheep. One that's so good in terms of just the middle section of its body, really round, really big in terms of its cage. One that when we analyzed compared to the contemporaries directly ahead, just shorter through that front end. One that maybe wants to break as we work back into that hip loin for me compared to those as well. Rounding out my top lineup, another really eye-appealing U. One I really like the balance when you get off the side of that one. I think one that runs uphill, she's got some shape and some bone work underneath of her. One that just, again, gets a notch shorter, gets a notch plainer through the front end assembly is what we were seeing at the top end, but a great group of sheep all the way through. Congratulations.
Placing on the Slickshorn Spring ewe lamb class, Placing of the natural colored border Leicester February ewe lamb class, first place to entry 170. Jay Baird, 25022, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Second place to entry 173. Handlin, 2507. Delilah Elizabeth Hanlon, Bear, Delaware. Third place to 168, Alyssa White, Lower Salem, Ohio. Fourth place to 171, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. And 5 to 169, Brianna Moeller, Orient, Ohio. Placing on the early Slick Shorn Spring Ewe Lamb class for the Pole Dorsets. First place goes to 265. Stillwell, 25083, Thomas Thompson, Lebanon, Indiana. Second place to 259, Leader, 0844, Ava Leader, Crawfordsville, Indiana. Third to 258, Taylor Workman, Springfield, Ohio. 4 to 262, Claire Harris, Jacksonville, Illinois. And 5 to entry number 255, Hayden Taylor, Arlington, Wisconsin. placing on the late class of Slickshorn February ewe lambs for the Hampshire Show. First place goes to entry number 265, Beckmeyer Brothers, 2533, Riker Beckmeyer, Morrisonville, Illinois. Second place to 262, AC 25-024, Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. Third place to 257, Grayson Poe, Trafalgar, Indiana. Fourth place to entry 267, Brian Ritter, Fortville, Indiana. And 5 to 268, Briar Buckland, Huntington, Indiana. Results from the natural colored Border Leicester class of March and later born ewe lambs. First place to entry 178, Campbell, 84, 25, 75, 735, Alyssa White, Lower Salem, Ohio. Second place to 177, Week, Overlook Manor Farm, 25117, Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland. Third to 179, Hannah Hewitt, Forney, Texas. Fourth place to 175, Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland. And 5 to entry 176, Roman Yard, Watauga, Illinois.
Boy, over here on the slick shirt side, we're really turning up the heat. I think this is as good of a top trio as we've seen out here all day, and there's parts of each and one of these that I think excels over the next. That being said, I think the young lady brings us the most complete one. When she gets that one propped up and stuck, it runs uphill. So big about its back shape, big about its feature, wild about its look. I think where it excels is it's just notch better through the front end of its assembly compared to the two coming directly behind it. When it balances up so well, still looks like a female out here. I think that one's awful, awful nice. Taking nothing away from the young man's. This ewe lamb does not want to be out here. She does not want to get out and just show off. But boy, I tell you what, you get over top of that one, she is huge from her rack back to her upper hip. So much shape from behind. Really good about her rib and her forerib, the way she lays in up front. And then you get out in front of her. She is wide-chested, good about her forearm, really good about the lower end of her blade. And that's something that I kind of get excited about. I think there's a lot of good in that female. I think we got a really good top pair. We come to this sheep here in 3. One that's so extended when you analyze her up to her neck, one that's just so sleek looking, really big about her top as well. She handles really hard, comes back to a wide hip. I think she probably has a notch more progression of width as we work back compared to the two standing directly ahead of her. Now, when you analyze her at the bottom end of her shoulder and get up front, she's just not quite as square and true up there. She's not quite as stout in terms of her bone work. But boy, she's extended. She's beautiful in terms of her silhouette. Young man does a great job getting that one presented. We come to the ewe here in 4, and again, one that's just so robust in terms of her cage, big about her back shape, wild about her feature. With that being said, we're just a notch shorter through the front end. We set her into motion. She's not quite as true in her track as what we're seeing in the 3 standing directly ahead. We round out the lineup. We've got a tall shoulder type of a sheep, one with a really big rack. Comes back, maybe narrows up and gets a little rounder about its hip for me today. The thing is, it gets a notch plainer about the bottom end of its shoulder that we see at the top end of this class. But I think one that's really good in terms of just its overall mass and power. Great group of sheep. Congratulations.
Placing on the Border Leicester natural colored pair of ewe lamb class, first place went to Alyssa White of Lower Salem, Ohio. Second to Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Third, Elizabeth Hanlon, Bear, Delaware. Fourth place, Brianna Moeller. And fifth, Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland. For our natural colored Border Leicester show, our champion ewe came out of the February class. Entry 170, Josie Baird of Canfield, Ohio, and Jay Baird 25022. The reserve champion came from the fall ewe lamb class, entry 163, Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland, with Week Overlook Manor Farm 6550. Placing on the intermediate Slickshorn Spring ewe lamb class for the Pole Dorsets, first place went to entry 244. Emery Yoho, Silver Smith, 2593. Emery's from Yates Center, Kansas. Second place to entry 239. Cole and Kendall Ellerbrock, P15. Cole Ellerbrock, Atkinson, Illinois. Third place to 249. Riker Beckmeyer, Morrisonville, Illinois. Fourth place to 246, Laney Pop, Elkhorn, Wisconsin. And fifth place to entry number 240, Adeline Poff, Norwalk, Wisconsin. Placing on the early March ewe lamb class for the Slickshorn Hampshire show. First place goes to entry number 345, Capo 3036, Jude Parker, Franklin, Indiana. Second place to CBSS MIC 14270-482, Charles Smith, Brown City, Michigan. Third to entry 354, Tyson Black, Lafayette, Tennessee. Fourth place to entry 343, Garrett Might, Avalon, Wisconsin. And 5 to 348, Samantha Eberhardt, Carlisle, Indiana.
Another really nice class out here. The class winner comes to you rather logically just in terms of overall mass and power and base width. Really wide from the ground up, really big about her rack. She comes back really shapely type of a female, and yet when you analyze her off the side, she's good in terms of her balance. She's got enough extension. I think just a nice kind of a place for me to start. Here in 2 and 3, we have sheep that are a little different than our class winner in terms of their type and kind. That being said, both of these run uphill. Both of them are extremely extended. The one we're opting to use in second, one that maybe if we're going to be critical, I'd like to change her about her breastplate when we view her up front. But boy, she's the one with the bigger top in her. She's rounder about her rib shape. Comes back to the wider pin set for me out here today. I think one that balances well enough. Is she quite as tricky up through the front end as our one coming third? Maybe not. But I think when you put everything together, she's the place we have to go. Come to the U here in 3. And again, as we talk, one that's just so extended, one you really like the presentation off the side when this young lady gets her stuck. When we get her, set her into motion, she does want to drop her front end out of herself. I'd like to change that about her. You get over top of her, and again, I think she's got enough shape. Maybe she's not quite as round-bodied as what we're seeing in the 2 directly ahead, and that's kind of my sword as we get over top of them. I just want to go ahead and open her up through the center portion of her skeleton. The young man brings us a nice one here in 4 as well. One that's big about its feature, big about its back shape as well, really round kind of a sheep. One we'd like to change right there in the hip loin. We'd like to relax it in the center of its spine as we set it in motion to be able to go higher. A really flexible type of a sheep coming here in 5, one you would really appreciate just in terms of its angularity and the way it moves about the ring. With that being said, one that just doesn't have quite as much genuine shape when we get in from behind it. We want to make it just a notch wider, but I think a really good class all the way through. Congratulations.
From the natural colored Border Leicester show, our best fleeced animal went to run week of Chevy Chase, Maryland, with the Fall Ewe Lamb week Overlook Manor 6550. Placing on the Border Leicester natural colored young flock class, first place to entry 202, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Second to 207, Alyssa White, Lower Salem, Ohio. Third to Rowan Week of Chevy Chase, Maryland. Fourth place to 203, Elizabeth Hanlon, Bear, Delaware. And fifth To entry 204, Lauren Thompson, Woodville, Wisconsin. Placing on the class of late slick-shorn spring ewe lambs for the Pole Dorsets. First place to 234. Black Pearl Livestock 0044, Quinlan Yoho, Yates Center, Kansas. Second to 230. HSRD Livestock 22503, Miss Piggy, Savannah Artman, Rutledge, Georgia. Third to 235, Reagan Allen, Cheyenne, Wyoming. 4 to 232, Kaysen Slack, North Manchester, Indiana. And 5 to entry 223, Holden Beath, Rutledge, Georgia. Placing on the class of slick-shorn March ewe lambs in the late division. First place, these are for the Hampshires. First place to entry 319. Johnson Family Showstock 25204, Wyatt Nixon, Delavan, Wisconsin. Second to 356, Rockin' J 25010, Wyatt Lang, Binger, Oklahoma. Third place to entry number 339, Everett Mueller, Adele, Wisconsin. Fourth place to entry number 329, Ava Wilson, Columbus, Wisconsin. And fifth place to 320, Cole Ritter, Fortville, Indiana. For our best headed individuals from the natural colored Border Leicester show, our best headed ram was exhibited by Elizabeth Hanlon on 2503, and the best headed ewe by Lauren Thompson on 24112. Again, that does conclude our Border Leicester show. We are now ready for natural colored. Natural colored. Again, the first class for the natural colored show is Senior Ram Lambs. In Ring C, we are showing for Junior Champion in the Slick-Shorn Hampshire ewe lambs. Again, Junior Champion for Hampshire Slick-Shorn is currently being shown in Ring C. In the Ring A, we're showing Pole Dorset Junior Champion as well.
Well, congratulations to all the exhibitors. Let's go ahead and give them all a big round of applause. I know this is just the junior drive, and we got the seniors coming back in for an overall, but boy, it's been a great set of sheep working through these and a lot of fun. And there's been a ton of quality all the way down through. And I judged these back in I think it was 20, and then when we went through, I think there was a top 10 or whatever that really hit you pretty hard. And from then on, it maybe got a notch plainer. That coming out here today, it's really stepped its game up. I think just a lot of great sheep, and basically what I'm doing is just trying to talk while I make my decision out here. I think it's been a great show. There's a great set of sheep out here. There's one that hits me pretty hard and is right up my alley. And for reserve, I think there's 4 others that follow. And kind of on the time you look, which one presents itself. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to congratulate the champion. We're going to pull the second place in that class up, and we're going to reevaluate, and we'll find a reserve. Put our hands together as we do so.
For our Slick Shorn Pole Dorset show, our junior champion ewe goes to entry 244 from the Slick Shorn Intermediate Spring Ewe Lamb class, Emery Yoho, Yates Center, Kansas, with Silver Smith 2593. The reserve champion junior goes to entry 156 out of the late Slick Shorn Winter Ewe Lamb class, Grayson Bell. Middle Oklahoma with Dyer's Club Lambs K476.
Pair of rams here to help us start off our natural colored show. 2 really big, rugged, powerful types of sheep, really, for us. And it's kind of a toss-up between the 2, but for me, I'm going to go for the overall powerhouse of a ram to start off the class. This guy here just is a complete package. He's got a lot more ribs to him. He's got a lot more steak. He's got certainly a longer loin and a deeper loin for us as well. When you take a look at him from behind and you handle him from behind, he certainly has a bit more depth to that rear leg than that ram does in that second place position. When you look at him from a sleeve standpoint, very stunning once you get into it and start looking at it in terms of his length. I love the character of that sleeve. I like the crimp pattern to that sleeve. If we can change him ever so slightly, I like to pick him up a little bit on that front end, but he is a big guy. He's a powerhouse of a type of ram. That's being pretty critical of a good one. The ram that we have here in second, nothing to me, he just gets outpowered. He gets a little bit more narrow across the top, and these guys certainly aren't narrow, but compared to a 1 to 2, he is the one that's a bit more narrow. From a structural standpoint, he wants to toe out ever so slightly off that front end. If we can get him straightened up and get a little bit more power and mass to that top end, I think he's going to get slip around that first place position.
Over here for your champion overall Dorset female. Again, four really good examples of the slick breed representative. And whether you want to go clubby style or just a slick sheared breeding sheep style, I think these ones could certainly get it done. I think they're good about their angles. They're good about their breed type. And you get over top of them. They're really similar in terms of their rib shape and back shape and athleticism that I like. That being said, taking nothing away from them senior ewes, that junior ewe lamb drive was awful tough. We're going to go ahead and we're going to keep them together as your overall champion reserve ewes today. Congratulations.
Our grand champion, Slickshorn Dorset ewe, was our junior champion ewe. That was entry 244 from the Slick Intermediate Spring Ewe Lamb class. Emery Yoho, Yates Center, Kansas, with Silversmith 2593. Reserve grand champion ewe was our junior reserve champion. Entry 156 out of the Slick Late Winter Ewe Lamb class. Grayson Bell, Midal, Oklahoma, with Dyer Club Lambs K476. We're now ready. Oh, Dorset, Pole Dorset State Flock will now take place. That consists of a ram, a yearling ewe, and 2 ewe lambs. Different exhibitors from the same state or can be the same region. They can be slicked or fitted. That is your next class, Dorset exhibitors. Pole Dorset State Flock is your next class. Placing on the natural colored senior Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry number 1, Kaylee Holleran of Waterloo, Illinois, with Walnut Grove 0135. Second place to entry 3, Sawyer Randolph, DeWitt, Missouri, with 24-69, Uptown Flash. For the Slickshorn Hampshire Show, our junior champion went to entry 210 out of the Class 3 Slickshorn January class. Jada Schroyer of DeGraff, Ohio, with 3.304. The reserve junior champion was the first place in Class 4 January ULAM, entry 188. Cole Ritter, Fortville, Indiana, with Wheaton, 25067. For our Pole Dorset show, our winning state flock is Ohio. Now ready to start our Horn Dorset show, we need fitted fall ram lambs into ring A. Next class for the Hampshire show is Young Flock, and then that'll be followed by Pair of Hampshires. Our grand champion, Slick Shorn, Hampshire, was our junior champion out of out of class 3 of our January ewe lambs. Jada Schroyer, DeGraff, Ohio, with 3.304. The reserve grand champion exhibited on the first place animal out of the class 2 yearling ewes. That's entry 107, Cole Ellerbrock, Atkinson, Illinois, with Ellerbrock 20422. Again, now ready for Young Flock. And that can be a mixture of slick and fitted, or all slick or all fitted. But we will show Young Flock and the pair class, and you can have those mixed, or you can have them as slick or as fitted, both of them. Placing on our junior Ram Lamb class for the natural colored show. First place went to entry 8, Emily Anderson, Grant City, Missouri, with E. Anderson M2505. Second place to entry 6, Morgan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Scotch Lane 1019, Medicine Man. Our champion natural colored ram was that first place junior Ram Lamb, entry 8, Emily Anderson, Grant City, Missouri, with E. Anderson M2505. And our reserve grand champion ram was entry number 6, our second place junior Ram Lamb, Morgan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Scotch Lane 1019, Medicine Man. The winner of the Hampshire Young Flock class receives their traveling trophy, and that goes to Samantha Eberhardt of Carlisle, Indiana.
A nice trio of rams out here, and I think we got one to lead off with. Tall shoulder type of a sheep, one that runs uphill, balances really well, coming out of the backside of his shoulder. He's really smooth the way he lays in. One that's got some thickness about him, comes back to a good hip as well. We've got a really stout sheep coming here in two, one that again, really good about the way he comes out of the backside of his shoulder. Maybe not got the overall thickness that we see in that class winner. Really like the upper hip in that sheep. We come to a ram that doesn't really want to be out here too bad here in three. One that is beautiful about his head out here. One that's got some base width and some muscularity. Maybe not quite as true to the backside of his shoulder, but one that we just need to calm down out here to get a good analyzation. A good trio of rams to start your show.
In this Hampshire pair class, it can be any two Hampshires, regardless of age or sex, as long as it's owned by one junior exhibitor. This will be a traveling trophy sponsored by the Krakow Hampshire Flock. Placing on the Horn Dorset junior or fitted fall ram lamb class, first place to entry 3, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Frog Hollow 22. Second place to entry 1, Ty Smith, Stewartson, Illinois, with Smith 2505. Third place to entry 2, Allison Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania.
A single entry over here, but a really nice kind of ram. One that shows me some length of spine, length of hind saddle. He balances up well enough. He handles with some muscularity and thickness. A really nice kind of an individual. Could have stood more competition. Congratulations.
Placing on the Horn Dorset fitted winter ram lamb class for the National Junior Horn Dorset Show. First place to entry 4, Parker Reese, Chesterland, Ohio, with Paul R. Castle, Debian 9206. The best pair of Hampshires goes to Clark Coyle of Danville, Kentucky. That does conclude our Hampshire show. We are ready for Shropshires. We do want to announce the random draw to have DNA drawn for the Shropshire Junior Show today. The Fall Ram Lambs, the first place animal. The January through February 15th Ram Lambs, fifth place animal. February 15th and later Ram Lambs class, 4th place animal. The yearling U class number 1 will be the 3rd place animal, and the yearling U class number 2, the 6th place animal. I've also been asked to read their special rules. All Shropshire entries are required to be slick shorn. Wool may be left below the knees and hocks and on the face and head from the poll forward. The remainder of the body is to be shorn to the skin within 5 days of the show date. No wool may be left above knees or hocks or on the belly or flanks. Any entry not adhering to these rules will be dismissed from the show ring. In essence, there are no second chances. Placing on the yearling U class for the natural colored show. First place goes to entry 24, Morgan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Pines Inn natural colored 23-51, Believe. 2 to entry number 15, Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with Craig 2402. Third to entry 23, Laney Mendenhall, Sheridan, Indiana. Fourth place to 22, Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. And 5 to entry 25, Brooke Hershey, Wooster, Ohio.
Over here on the Horn Dorset side, a really nice class of rams, and the buck we're leading to start with, one that's just really well balanced type of a sheep, one that's really level down his top and coming out of the backside of his shoulder, really big about that top as well. You really like the balance, how up fronted that buck is, just a really nice place for me to start. We come to a buck here in second that is really intriguing in a lot of ways. Maybe he's not quite as good in terms of his top line and coming out of his shoulder as my class winner, but I think he's stouter in terms of his footwork. And then you get over top of him, really round rib type of his sheep, one that I really appreciate for that aspect. I think a nice one to come in second. We've got a large frame sheep coming here in 3, and again, one with really very few holes in him. He's good enough about his top. He's thick enough in terms of his shape. One that I think is good enough, again, in terms of his footwork. He just doesn't have anything thing that kind of excels him compared to the two bucks that are going to lead off with. We have a buck here in fourth that, again, really good down its top, one you appreciate for that. One that when we analyze him at the ground, I'd like to make him just a notch stronger about his feet today to go ahead and move him higher. Rounding out my lineup, we've got a more immature type of a buck that I was kind of trying to figure out where to fit him in. I think there's some wild pieces in that one. He is extended. He is long-sided type of a sheep. I think one that's good about his angles. Today he's given up quite a bit in terms of overall mass and power, but I think it's going to come with time. I think that's a neat sheep as well. Congratulations to all the exhibitors.
Placing on the Slick Shorn Horn Dorset Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry number 9, Ty Smith, Stewartson, Illinois, with Smith 2502. Second place to entry number 12, Amanda Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania, with Oberholzer 2424. Third to entry 13, Paige Minter, Brook, Indiana. 4 to entry 8, Campbell Reese, Chesterland, Ohio. And 5 to entry number 6, Paige Minter, Brook, Indiana. Placing on the Senior Ram Lamb class for the Shropshire National Junior Show, first place to entry 2, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana, with Flanders VIP 4314.
Out here for your champion Horn Dorset Ram. I think good representatives all the way through, and maybe the numbers haven't been quite as deep, but boy, there's a lot of quality out here. That being said, I'm going to go out here and find you a champion reserve. I think we've got some good ways to go out here. I'll show you the way I like them. Congratulations.
Champion Ram for your National Horn Dorset Show is our first place fitted fall Ram Lamb, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Frog Hollow 22. Reserve champion came out of this Slick Shorn Ram Lamb class, entry 9, Ty Smith, Stewartson, Illinois, with Smith 2502. Placing on the natural colored yearling U class, first place goes to entry 17, Morgan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Scotch Lane 0950, Spicy. Second place to entry 18, Emily Mills, Ashley, Michigan, with Scotch Lane Farm, CT 580943, Tia. Third place to entry number 14, Logan Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. 4 to 14, Olivia Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. And 5 to 16, Jamie Lynn Widman, Bel Air, Maryland.
A really nice way to start the female portion. I think we just have a beast of a U to start with out here. You get over top of this one. She is just overwhelming in terms of mass and power. She's got the biggest top, and it's not even close. Comes back to a big hip. Love the rib shape in this female as well. She's so round-bodied. Is she the most exotic one out here? Maybe not, but boy, you set her in motion. She maintains herself. Just overwhelming just in terms of power and sheer mass. I think that's an awful nice U to lead off with. We've got to show you come in here in second. One that's really extended. I love that about her. She's really good down her top too. Arrow straight all the way coming back. One that's maybe carrying a notch more in terms of condition. The biggest difference for me is when we analyze that one, not as heavy structured in terms of her bone work and just doesn't have quite that added width and power that we're seeing in that one. But boy, that is a fancy type of a sheep that I like quite a bit. We've got a sheep coming here in 3 that really is my speed in a lot of ways. Love the underline of this female, like the femininity through the front end. One that balances up really well. She's got so much rib shape. With that being said, as we compare her to the one standing directly ahead, not that extra length of body that we're seeing in that one. And when we analyze her about her feet work, she's just not quite as clean in terms of the speckles on her feet as what we were seeing in that second place U. We come to the U here in 4, and again, one that really paints a picture off the side in terms of balance and extension, one that's got some bone work underneath her as well. I think she's greener out here today. When I put my hands on her, there's just not as much sheep there as what we see at the top end of the class. Rounding out my lineup, we've got a long-sided, tall frame type of a sheep, one you appreciate for those attributes. One that for me, she's just too upright in terms of her shoulder angle for me out here. She's too refined in terms of her bone work out here to move up, but you really got to appreciate the added scale that one's bringing to the table. Congratulations, nice set of sheep.
Placing on the fitted yearling U class for the National Junior Horn Dorset Show. First place to entry 18, Tatum Getz, Shakopee, Minnesota with Gadsby, 23.97. Second place to entry 20, Caitlin Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana with Sink Paget, 2002. Third place to entry 17, Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut. 4 to entry 16, Allison Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. And 5 to entry 19, Campbell Reese, Chesterland, Ohio.
Out here in the class of slick sheared yearling ewes, I think we've got one that leads off rather handily. just in terms of overall mass and power and get over top of her. She's the square topped one, really big about her rib shape. When it comes back to a big hip, she's got plenty of shape when you view her in terms of her stifle, and then you analyze her from the side. She's the better balanced, better built one up front through the front third of her skeleton. When it gets around the ring free and easy enough, that's a nice place to start. We come to the U here in second. She's the boldest about her rib shape. Really like that center turn to her body. One that's just so big about her back. Maybe not quite as fresh as what we're seeing in that class winner. One that's just not quite as neat through the front end of her skeleton, but I think an awful nice one to come in second. We come to the U here in three. Really long-sided, eye-appealing type of a sheep. Like the added extension of that one up through the front end of its skeleton. As we analyze her compared to the counterparts directly ahead, just a notch rounder about the front end of our body and our shoulder placement. I'd like to change that about her and just make her a little more square, and I think we could go ahead and run with her a little bit. We come to the next U out here. A big top type of a sheep, long-sided, one with so much rib and capacity, one that's just not quite as cool looking through the front end, one that's not quite as true coming out of the backside of its shoulder. You analyze it at the bottom, and it's the coarser made one. But again, I really like the rib and the power that one brings to the table. Young man brings us one that is a tall shoulder type of a sheep, like the extension, like the length of body in that one. You get in and view it from behind, and it's just too flat in terms of its overall makeup, a notch narrower than what we saw in the top end of the class, but a great group of sheep all the way through. Congratulations.
Placing on the class of early junior ram lambs for the National Shropshire Junior Show. First place to entry number 14, Kenyon Buckland, Huntington, Indiana, with KJB 2503. Second place to entry number 15, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois, with city limits 25021. Third place to entry 9, Brenna Hubbard, Cushing, Oklahoma. Fourth place to entry 17, Avery Vasco, Cambridge, Ohio. And fifth place to entry 4, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. Placing on the Horn Dorset class of Slickshorn yearling ewes, first to 21, Paige Minter, Brook, Indiana. Second place to entry 25, Brayley Kretz, Kmar, Maryland, with BSF 750. Third place to 24, Austin, Logan, Addison, and Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. Fourth place to 27, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. And 5 to 22, John Altoff, Decker, Indiana. Placing on the Shropshire Late class of junior Ram Lambs, first place to entry 24, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois, with city limits 25079, call sign. Second place to entry 23, Skylar Birch, Beach Bluff, Tennessee, with Fritz 2516. Third place to 27, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. 4 to 29, Skylar Gillard, Zanesville, Ohio. And 5 to 22, Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin.
A nice class of Horn Dorset females over here, and I think we've got a top pair that's really similar in their overall build and look from the side and in terms of quality as well. The U we're leading to start with. One that's maybe a notch more feminine through the front end of her skeleton. One that's really good about her breed type, like the head shape and the horn set on that female. One that balances so well from the side. You get over top of her again, really big about her rib shape. One that's just really pretty off that side and that 3/4, and I think that gives her the main advantage. We come to the sheep here in second. Love the rib shape in this female and the center body. Really big top type of a female and still pretty good up front. Just maybe doesn't have quite that extension that we're seeing in that class winner. We come to a large frame ewe here in 3, and one I appreciate for that. Coming out of the backside of her shoulders, she still holds together really well for me into that big rib, big top type of a sheep. One that's maybe a notch more refined in terms of her bone work. The main thing difference for me is the way we're just built up through the front end, the way our shoulder lays into our neck set and the angles. I'd like to change that to be able to go ahead and move her up, but I think that's a big centered, big top type of a sheep. We come to a ewe here in 4, and again, one that you put your hands on, boy, you could slick this one out. She is really good about her rack shape, comes back to a really big hip as well. Love the balance and from the side. That being said, we set this one into motion. She's just got too much set about her rear legs. We need to change that about her so she can just get out and go a notch better, and then I think we can run with her a little ways. I think a great group of sheep. Congratulations to all the exhibitors.
For the Shropshire Champion Ram goes to entry number 24 out of the late junior Ram Lamb class, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois, with city limits 25079, call sign. The reserve champion was entry 14 out of the early junior Ram Lamb class, Kenyon Buckland, Huntington, Indiana, with KJB, Buckland 2503. Placing on the class of senior ewe lambs for the Natural Colored Show, first place to entry 42, Morgan Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Scotch Lane 961, Bombshell. Second place to 41, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana, with Pines Inn 2460, Maggie. Third place to entry 31, Olivia Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. Fourth place to 36, Harper Amos, Rushville, Indiana. And 5 to 33, Jackson Stevens, Osgood, Indiana. Placing on the Horn Dorset class of fitted early fall ewe lambs, first place to Allison Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania, with Oberholzer 2414. Second place to entry 30, Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Frog Hollow 21. Third to Parker Reese, Chesterland, Ohio. And fourth to 28, Colton Rummel, Sherrodsville, Ohio.
As we get out here for your senior champion, I think 6 really high quality individuals, and I think you can kind of talk it any way you want to go. I think we had a pair of yearling ewes out of that first class that are awful good, and we come back to the slicks. And again, I think both those really fit me. And then the fall ewe lambs, I think they're going to have a bright future. That being said, we come out here and there's just one that kind of runs away with it in terms of what I look for when I'm sorting sheep. One that just is so good about her angles, so burly about her center body, really rotund and big topped. The young lady's fitted yearling ewe is going to be your champion today. Congratulations. Great job. For reserve, it gets just a notch closer, and we come back to the slick-sheared sheep, and one that I love for so many ways in terms of just the squareness of build up front, really muscular down her top, and yet we get in front of her, and I'd like to change her about her horn set, the way they turn in, but I think that's being really nitpicky. We come back to the fall ewe lamb, and one that really paints a picture off the side, beautiful breed type. And then we go back to that second place yearling ewe, and again, one that's just so up and out, really good down her top. She's got some body to her and a good look. So I think we've got good choices out here. I think the one that suits me and makes me the happiest out here is going to be this young lady's fall ewe lamb. She's going to go ahead and be your reserve. Congratulations.
For our Horn Dorset show, our senior champion ewe went to the fitted yearling ewe class winner. Entry 18, Tatum Getz, Shakopee, Minnesota, with Gadsby 2397. The reserve champion for the senior division goes to our first place fitted early fall ewe lamb. Entry 31, Allison Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania, with Oberholzer 2414. Placing on the class of early junior ewe lambs for the Natural Colored Show. First place to entry 56, Morgan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Scotch Lane 982, Psycho Killer. Second place to entry number 53, Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with Craig 2504. Third place, 55 was the entry number, Emily Mills, Ashley, Michigan. Fourth to 58, Lainey Mendenhall, Sheridan, Indiana. And fifth to entry 59, Brooke Hershey, Wooster, Ohio.
Over here on the Horn Dorset ewe lambs, I think a really nice class all the way through, and maybe you can jumble them up in any way you want to. This is the way I see them in terms of priorities out here for me today. The one we're going to lead off with, one you really like in just in terms of mass and power, really length, long-sided, excuse me. One that's long from that 13th rib on back, good down her spine, one that balances up pretty well. She's got the extension ahead as well, really good about her breed type. I'm not going to tell you she's perfect in her front end assembly because I don't think she is, but I think in terms of putting everything together, she's the better moving one, the more extended one. We come to the sheep here in second, and man, I want this one to get out and go. Love the underline and the front end assembly of this sheep. So good in terms of her shoulder and extension up there. One that's good in terms of her underline. You put your hands on her, and again, really, really big top in this sheep. One that's maybe a notch more refined than my class winner. One when we set her into motion. I just need her to go out and go and show me she can get off the rear too to be able to go ahead and compete with that one. We come to the sheep here in three that is certainly a tall-sided type of a sheep, one that runs uphill, extremely long in terms of her front end, one that when we set her into motion, I just need to change her. She just doesn't want to get out and go. She doesn't want to flex off of either end. Man, if we could do that, when she's stuck still, she's the one that looks the part and makes me want to go ahead and run with her. We set her into motion, I just can't get it done. We round out the class, one that I like a great deal. I think she is so rotund and big in terms of her center body, so big in terms of her top shape. You get behind, really a big hip in that sheep too. We're just too short coupled today. We need to go ahead and stretch this one out and give her a little more length of body to be able to compete. But boy, I really like the center body in that one. Congratulations.
On the
Placing on the Horn Dorset class of late fall, fitted late fall ewe lambs. First place to entry 34, Austin, Logan, Addison, and Morgan in Body Bluffton, Ohio with ALAM 496. Second place to 36, Colton Rumel, Sherrodsville, Ohio with Rumel Family, Dorset's 335. Third place to Caitlin Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. 4, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Placing on the Shropshire class of yearling ewes, Class 1. First place goes to entry number 54, Zoe Johnson, Sycamore, Illinois, with Fritz Show Lambs, 2469, Shakira. Second place to entry number 56, Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois, with Street, 2405. Third to entry 55, Landry Street, Alexandria, Indiana. 4 to 52, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. And 5 to entry 60, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois.
push her up ahead and get her to her place position. Nice shoe here that we have in a bit, one that we really, really like in terms of her profile and her stance. One thing, again, it's pretty goofy as she walks around the ring. As we compare it to the others in the class, she just tends to be a little pinched up in the front end. As simply for us today, she wants to slope a little bit off onto that rump. These ladies have done a nice job of getting her stuff and getting her exhibited. A nice event for the females. Congratulations to all.
As we get out here for your slick shorn ewe lambs, I think it comes down to a top pair rather handily for me. The one we're opting to go ahead and use, I think, is just the most fault free when we set them into motion, stays collected. Boy, you get over this one, big about its back, really big center type of a sheep, one that's got enough spread and dimension underneath as well in terms of width of chest, one that just stays more coordinated at all times for me. The one that's an outlier is here in second. And this one, when this young lady gets that one driving, it's the tall-shouldered one. It's the good-looking one. You get off that three-quarter. Love the upper hip in that sheep. Like the lower stifle turn a notch better. I think it's a notch better in terms of the base of his chest as well compared to that counterpart we're starting with. But I think when we set that one into motion, it just doesn't hold itself together quite as nicely as what we're seeing in that class winner. But boy, I dig that one a bunch when you get it stuck and gathered up. The young lady does a bang-up job getting this third place one stuck. One that when you get over top of this one, so big about its rack, comes back. It's got the biggest hip, the most amount of muscularity and expression in from behind, and still paints a really nice picture. Unfortunately, we just need to change its underline. It's thrown off its balance. It's the deeper chested one. It's the one that we just need to make a notch softer as we work back. And boy, I think you can run with that one all day long just in terms of top shape and dimension from behind. You come to the sheep here in 4. Again, one that maybe doesn't want to cooperate is good right now, but one that's really good in terms of its top line, really round in terms of its center body as well. One that when we analyze it compared to the one standing directly ahead, just doesn't have that added muscular expression that we saw in the one directly ahead. Not quite as neat at the lower end of its shoulder as the ones that we were starting with up at the top. I think a really close placing through here. We come to the sheep here in 5, and one that's just so round-bodied, so big top type of a sheep. With that being said, just coarser in its overall makeup through the front end of its skeleton, carrying a little more condition than I'd like to see out here in the show ring. But I think a great group of sheep all the way through. Congratulations.
Placing on the late junior ewe lamb class for the natural colored show. First place goes to entry 49, Morgan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Scotch Lane, 1002, Hope. Second place to 47, Emily Mills, Ashley, Michigan, with Scotch Lane, 1004, Wildfire. Third to entry number 45, Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Fourth place to 51, Emily Anderson, Grant City, Missouri. And 5 to 52, Logan Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. Placing on the late class of yearling ewes for the Shropshires, first place goes to entry number 37, Kenyon Buckland, Huntington, Indiana, with city limits 24102. Second place to entry number 41, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois, with city limits 24087. Third place to entry number 47, Brina Hubbard, Cushing, Oklahoma. Fourth place to 38, Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. Fifth place to entry number 50, Troy Weber, Loudonville, Ohio. Placing on the Horn Dorset class of Slickshorn Fall ewe lambs, first place to entry 44, Ty Smith, Stewartson, Illinois, with Paul R. Castle, W9092. Second place to entry number 40, Rain Gallagher, Boswell, Indiana, with Gadsby 2470. Third place to entry 43, Brinley Kreitz, Kmar, Maryland. Fourth place to entry 39, Paige Minter, Brooke, Indiana. And 5 to 47, Campbell Reese, Chesterland, Ohio. For our natural colored show, our champion ewe goes to entry number 42 out of the senior ewe lamb class, Morgan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Scotch Lane Bombshell 961. Reserve champion was entry 41, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana, with Pines Inn 2460 Maggie.
these two up ahead of her. Nice sheep that's in 4 down there, a little smaller sheep that's just a little more conventional in her size, but what she is sound structured and good built and good pattern, just not quite the same in terms of performance or length of body as some of these up ahead of her. Nice handling sheep that we round out the top 5 with, really tough, hard handling, firm handling sheep, one that you like in terms of her front end design. I thought as we set these 5 in motion, that's the one that's maybe just the most restricted in her movement out of her front end of these top 5. Certainly a good set here. Give them a round of applause as they exit.
Over here on the Horn Dorset side, I think a really nice class all the way through, and we changed some things up. We didn't really have a bottom in this class. I thought it was just really good all the way down through, and kind of hard to find one. Yet I knew which one I wanted to start with, and there was no doubt in my mind. Boy, this one's good. She moves about the ring free and easy. Super good in terms of running uphill. She's extended. She looks like a Horn Dorset female. And then you get your hands on her. She is big topped, really round in terms of her rib. I just think a really, really good place for me to start. We come to a ewe here in second. One that, again, you put your hands on her, big top in this sheep. She's wide in terms of her rib. Comes back. She's got a big stifle in her, great upper hip. One that maybe just not quite as clean and up to the front end as what we're seeing in that class winner. But again, really wide base type of a sheep. The sheep coming here in 3 is maybe a notch more basic in its overall skeletal makeup. But with that being said, such a big top in this one. Really round about its rib shape. Moves free and easy enough. And I think in this class, it just gets it drawn up into just the overall mass. The next young man sheep out here, one that's really true down its spine. He comes back to a wide hip, one that's really robust in terms of its rib shape out here, like the way it lays its blade into its forerib, one that balances well from the side, one that when we analyze them compared to the ones directly ahead, just not quite as cool in the front end assembly as what we're seeing in the top. We come to the sheep coming next. Again, really extended type of an animal, one you really appreciate for the length of body as well. With that being said, when we put our hands on it, there's just not as much natural sheep there. We like to make it a notch wider. The sheep here that kept giving me difficulties comes next. The young ladies bring one out that is just fitted to the nines. I like the bone work. I like the look of that sheep off the side, just in terms of extension and overall length of body. That being said, when we analyze this one up through the front or get in behind it, it's the narrowest out here. It just closes up too much at the surface for me. We need to go ahead and just open that one up at its base to go ahead and be able to use. But boy, that one is a really good looking sheep off the side. Rounding out the class again, like I said, not really a bad one in the class. This one's still got some rib shape and some top shape. Maybe just a notch coarser through the front end of its assembly for me out here. But I think we're just being critical. I think a great group of sheep all the way down. Let's send them out with a round of applause.
Our best fleeced animal in the natural colored show went to entry number 42, Morgan Symes, Scotch Lane 0961, Bombshell, out of the fall ewe lamb class. Morgan is from South Windsor, Connecticut. Placing on the senior ewe lamb class for the Shropshire show, first place to entry 75, Brooke Young, Bell Buckle, Tennessee, with Flanders VIP 4320. Second place to entry number 65, Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois, with City Limits 24105. Third place to entry 71, Kellen Algar, Fredericktown, Ohio. Fourth place to entry 70, Sydney Peterson, Claypool, Indiana. Fifth place to entry number 66, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Placing on the winter ewe lamb fitted for the Horn Dorsets, first place to entry 49, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Frog Hollow 27. Second to 53, Ty Smith, Stewartson, Illinois, with Smith 2513. Third to 54, Parker Reese, Chesterland, Ohio. Fourth to 48, Colton Rummel, Sherrodsville, Ohio. And 5 to 51, Caden Murphy, Plymouth, Indiana.
Cordell Rams to start our show. Congratulations.
Well, over here on the Shropshire East side, over exhibitors.
Over here on your Horn Dorset side, I think two really nice ewes. That being said, I think we have one that follows the type and kind that I'm looking for out here today. Just in terms of overall completeness, one that's so good down her top, one that balances up really well from the side. You analyze her, she's good about the front end structure and assembly, one that's got some extension up there, and she's really thick down her top as well. You set her into motion, that's the main advantage she has. She stays really true, really wide, just a really handy kind of a place to start with. And again, I like the breed type about that one a great deal. We come to a large frame ewe here in second, one you appreciate for that added length of side and the added growth that she has. One today that if we're going to change her, I'd like to make her sounder about her feet, and when we set her into motion, just move just a notch freer. But I think two really nice ewes. Congratulations.
Placing on the fitted spring ewe lamb class for the Horn Dorsets. First place goes to entry number 55, Caitlin Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana, with Sink Paget 2075. Second place to Campbell Reese, Chesterland, Ohio, on entry 56, with Paul Hardcastle W 9215. Placing on the Corridale class of senior Ram Lambs, first place to entry 3, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with Craig 2433. Second place to entry 2, Andrew Feehan, Bradner, Ohio, with Peters 2420. And third to entry 1, Riley Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio. For our Shropshire show, our senior champion ewe went to our senior ewe lamb class winner, entry 75, Brooke Young, Bell Buckle, Tennessee, with Flanders VIP 4320. The reserve senior champion was our class 2 winner of the yearling ewes, entry number 37, Kenyon Buckland, Huntington, Indiana, with city limits 52 or 24102. Placing on the Junior Ram Lamb class for the National Corriedale Junior Show, first place to entry 8, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with Craig 25-13. Second to entry 6, Carter Heberhausen, Republic, Ohio, with Heb 963. Third to entry number 7, Camden Hebertshausen, Republic, Ohio, with BAH 0099. And fourth place to entry 5, Jackson Jeske, Lakeland, Florida. For the National Corriedale Junior Show, our champion ram is our Senior Ram Lamb class winner. Entry number 3, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with Craig 2433. The reserve champion was first in the Junior Ram Lamb class. Entry number 8, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with Craig 2513. We're now ready to show yearling ewes.
A nice set of slick sheared horn Dorsets out here, and the ewe lamb we're starting with again, just one that's so good in terms of her rib shape and top shape out here, one that's got some extension, again one that's more complete than the few coming next. If we're going to analyze her from the side, maybe I'd like to stouten her up in her bone work, and it would have made my decision a lot easier. I think the bone work's there. I just don't think she's quite as fuzzy as some of the ones out here. Kind of throws it off. But in terms of just being an extended sheep with such a big rib and big top in that one, and you get behind it, and boy, that's where it kind of overwhelms you just out here. A nice place to start. We come to a really pretty ewe here in 2, one that I kept gravitating towards, just an overall build and makeup, one that's good in her upper hip, one that's good through the front end of her skeleton. I think she's going to have a really good rib shape as well. I don't think she's as far along in her maturity pattern as what we're seeing in the class winner, but I think that's a nice pair. We come to the young man sheep here in 3, and really long-sided, a really meat and potatoes type of a sheep, one with a big top, a lot of muscle. With that being said, we're just a little rounder off off of both ends of our skeleton. Right? We just need to square up at the base of the chest. We need to square up back in our hip region. We've got a big body type of a sheep coming here in 4. One, you like the depth of body and the width of rib. One that maybe just doesn't have quite the front end assembly, maybe carrying just a notch more cover. But boy, I tell you what, that is a wide built ewe. We round out our top lineup, a really good looking type of a sheep, one with some good extension. One I think is good on the outside of her blade as well when we analyze her down low. Today for me, we need to change the horn set and the breed type to go ahead and feel comfortable moving her higher today. But a good group of sheep. Congratulations.
Placing on the class of January ewe lambs, early January ewe lambs for the National Shropshire Junior Show. First place, the entry 116, Drew George, Niles, Michigan, with Buckham Farms B5023ET. Second place to 120, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois, with city limits 25003. Third place to entry number 102, Jaden Slutz of Maple Park, Illinois. Fourth place to entry number 118, Brianna Moeller, Orient, Ohio. And fifth place to 104, Brianna Hubbard, Cushing, Oklahoma.
I think she could slide up pretty easily as well.
Over here on the Horn Dorset side for your junior champion female, I think we have a lot of good options out here and choices between them. It's been a great show, and I'm not going to take any longer. I think, again, really good set of sheep. I'm going to go out here and show you the two that at the end of the day I prefer to take home. Congratulations.
Placing on the Cordell Yearling U class, first place goes to entry 12, Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana, with Philippi 4-61, Rita. Second place to entry 14, Andrew Freehand, Bradner, Ohio, with Peters 2403. Third place to entry 17, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. 4-18, Brady Craig. 5 to entry 13, Hannah Hewitt, Forney, Texas. Placing on the Slickshorn Winter Spring U Lamb class for the Horn Dorsets, first place to entry 63, Micah Haig, Jordan, Montana, with Gadsby 2513. Second to entry 64, Amanda Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania, with Oberholzer 25-03. Third place to 59, Colton Rummel, Sharonsville, Ohio. 4-60, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. And 5 to entry number 57, Camilla Plummer, Greencastle, Indiana. Our junior champion, Horn Dorset U, was out of the fitted winter ewe lamb class, Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Frog Hollow 27. The reserve junior champion was out of the fitted late fall ewe lamb class, Austin, Logan, Addison, and Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio, with ALAM 496.
Well, congratulations, the Horn Dorset exhibitors. A phenomenal female show, and we get out here, and again, we've got some good choices to go ahead and use, and boy, that's exciting when you get to work through the sheep and find something that really gets you excited at the end of the day. I thought coming out here it was going to be a no-brainer, man. We saw this yearling ewe early on, and boy, she's just my speed in terms of mass and body and overall build. But then we bring out a ewe lamb that really feminine up through the front end, and boy, she follows in type and kind in terms of balance and symmetry. Really big about her top as well. So it got a lot closer than what I expected, but boy, for me, when we get out here to find a yearling ewe like that, she's not going to get denied out here for me today. She's going to be your champion. We're following with the young ladies junior ewe for reserve. Congratulations. Great job. Great job, young lady. Great job. Good work, guys. Finish good. Great work, girls. It's been a pleasure having you out here. Tell you congratulations on the way they were acting.
It's just Horn Dorset.
Our champion Horn Dorset ewe was shown by Tatum Getz on entry number 18. Tatum's from Shakopee, Minnesota, with Gadsby 2397 out of the fitted yearling ewe class. Our reserve grand champion ewe was our champion junior ewe, and that came out of the fitted winter ewe lamb class, entry 49, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, Frog Hollow 27. Placing on the Cordell Senior U Lamb class, first place to entry 19, Emily Mills, Ashley, Michigan, with BWH 4133. Second place to entry 22, Angeline of Arlington, Iowa, with lean 2443. Third place to entry number 20, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Fourth to 11, Riley McKee, Dresden, Ohio. And 5 to 21, Jackson Jeske, Lakeland, Florida.
Out here to start your Dorset Advantage show, I think a nice lineup of Rams. The one we're going to start with, just the most massive. He's got a big square top in him. Love the rack shape. Comes back to a big hip. So much in terms of his twist and stifle, yet one that moves about the ring free and easy enough. He's stout-footed type of a Ram. Just an easy place for me to start. The one that follows him most in type and kind comes here in second. Again, a big top in this sheep. One with some foot and bone work underneath. One that might be just a notch more up and out than what my class winner is. Might be a notch better in terms of the lower end of a skeleton in terms of balance standpoint. Just doesn't have the ruggedness, doesn't have quite the muscularity when we view him up high and from behind. We come to the sheep here in 3 and one that's really good looking. It's a tall shouldered type of a sheep. You really appreciate it for that. It's got some muscularity as well. One that wants to run uphill. When we analyze them compared to those two bucks, one that's just not quite as terminal and powerful as what we're seeing. Maybe not quite as square build up at the front end of our skeleton. We come to the sheep here in 4. He's the up and out buck of the group. One that's tall shouldered, runs uphill, balances really well. One that's good about his feet and legs. As we compare him again, we're out here in basically a crossbred type of a show. I fail to see where this one fits in compared to those 3. I need him to be just a notch more terminal to go on and make something compared to the ones that are directly ahead of him. Rounding out my top lineup, a big middle, big back type of a sheep, one with so much muscular expression from behind. With that being said, we're just a notch rounder off of both ends of our skeleton out here today. I need to square him up to be able to go ahead and compete higher. A good group of sheep all the way through. Congratulations.
Placing on the Dorset Advantage class of fall and winter ram lambs, first place to entry 9, Tatum Getz, Shakopee, Minnesota, with Northern Star Livestock Service 24311. Second place to entry number 5, Tate Stevens, Norwalk, Ohio, with Stevens, TS 2464. Third place to entry 4, Elizabeth Porogritz of Lisbon, Ohio. Fourth place to entry number 6, Levi Willman, Hartford City, Indiana. And 5 to entry 8, Owen Atwater, Knoxville, Iowa. Placing on the late class of January ewe lambs for the Shropshire Show. First place goes to entry number 84, Michaela Hodenshield, Kenton, Ohio, with ES 2507. Pardon me. It went to entry number 84, Drew Miller, Huntington, Indiana, with KJB 2516. Pardon me. Second place to entry number 83, Emma Chandler, Fredericktown, Missouri, with Charlie XCX out of Johnson Family Showstock 25016. Third to 87, Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. Fourth place to entry number 95, Skylar Birch, Beach Bluff, Tennessee. And 5 to 88, Landry Street, Alexandria, Indiana.
Another nice class out here. We got a top pair that comes at you pretty handily. The one we're going to opt to use, one that is just so rugged in terms of his overall muscle shape and his bone work. I think he's the stouter one from the ground up. You analyze him over the top side, so wide, and you get behind him, so much shape. Now, is he the cooler built one in terms of his front end compared to the Ram coming here in second? Maybe not, but boy, I think when you put everything together in terms of stoutness, he's the one we're going to land on. Love the build of this sheep coming here in second. Matter of fact, mid-rib back, I think that one has the advantage. Really good about its top. Touches so good up high as well. He's got some shape from behind. We analyze him at the surface. We're just not as stout. We analyze him in terms of his breastplate, just not quite as good as what that ram is. I think you could go either way. I think both of those are awful nice rams. This is the way I see him today. We come to the blue sheep coming next out here. One that's really good in terms of its overall build and makeup. One that's stout in terms of its feet and bone work. With that being said, we just need to go ahead and open that one up, coming back through just to give him a little more in terms of mass and width to go ahead and run with the two directly ahead. The sheep coming next can get out and motor for no doubt. One that's good about to flex to his knee and his hock. One that is really good down his top as well. With that being said, as we analyze him in his low quarter, just not as much there, not as much curvature in that lower cheek than what we saw in the top end. The piebald sheep coming next. Again, one that paints a really pretty picture off the side. Again, we just need to go ahead and open that one up compared to the ones coming ahead of him. A nice kind of white ram here rounding out my top lineup. One that presents a pretty good picture off the side. When you get behind that sheep, we just need more in his upper hip. We need more in terms of shape from behind to go ahead and move him higher today. A nice class of sheep.
Placing on the January class of ewe lambs for the National Corriedale Junior Show. First place to entry 28, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with Craig 2509. Second place to entry 24, Camden Hebertshausen, Republic of Ohio, with HEIB Heb 961. Third to entry number 25, Angeline, Arlington, Iowa. 4 to 23, Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana. And 5 to 27, Andrew Freehan, Bradner, Ohio.
Out here for your champion Dorset Advantage Ram. I think 4 nice individuals. That being said, we're not going to spend much time out here. I think all 4 of them are good quality. Today, we're going to stick with the 2 senior Rams for your champion in reserve today. Congratulations.
Placing on the Dorset Advantage Spring Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 11, Lexi Courtney, Mill Creek, Oklahoma, with Northern Star Livestock Service 25115. Second to entry 12, Brooke Young, Bell Buckle, Tennessee, with Twisted Sister 2542. Third to 14, Britt Blocker, Adair, Oklahoma. 4 to 16, Gabriella Izzo, Medina, Ohio. And 5 to 15, Owen Atwater, Knoxville, Iowa. Champion Ram goes to the first place in the Fall Winter Ram Lamb class. Entry 9, Tatum Getz, with Northern Star Livestock Service 24311. Tatum is from Shakopee, Minnesota. And our reserve champion was second in that same class as the champion, the Fall Winter Ram Lamb class, Tate Stevens, Norwalk, Ohio, with Stevens, TS 2464. Placing on the early February ULAM class for the Shropshires, first place goes to entry number 156, Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois, with city limits 25068. Second place to entry 134, Laney Pop, Elkhorn, Wisconsin, with LP 25125. Third to 161, Regan Klotz, Richmond, Indiana. Fourth place to entry 153, Brianna Hubbard, Cushing, Oklahoma. And fifth to entry 154, Kellen Algar, Fredericktown, Ohio. Placing on the class of Corriedale, February and later, ULAMs, 1st to 29, Andrew Feehan from Bradner, Ohio, with Peters, 2504. Second to entry 31, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with Craig, 2520. Third to entry 33, Carter Hebertshausen, Republic, Ohio. Fourth to entry 34, Angeline, Arlington, Iowa. And 5 to 32, Riley McKee, Dresden, Ohio. For our Corriedale show, the champion U goes to our first place out of the February and later class, entry 29, Andrew Feehan, Bradner, Ohio, with Peters, 2504. The reserve champion was second in that class, entry 31, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with Craig, 2520. For our Corriedale show, we're now ready for best headed individual. We'll follow that with best fleeced individual, and then round it all out with your state flock class. For the Cordales, we're now ready for best or state block. For the Cordale show, best headed individual went to entry number 23. 23 came out of the January ULAM class. Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana, with Cordale's 5-7 Fancy. And best fleeced Cordale went to entry number 12 out of the yearling U class, also shown by Conley Hoagland of Glendive, Montana, on Philippi 4-61. Rita. For the conclusion of our Corriedale show, our state flock class, our winner was Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. In the Columbia show, we've begun it with the senior Ram Lambs. Placing first in that class was entry number 1, Jessica Lindo, Chile, Wisconsin, with 24-82.
A really nice class of Dorset Advantage females out here. And that being said, I think we've got one that just offers so much power up here to start with. You get off the side, still a really well balanced, really extended type of a sheep. I think one that moves free enough. I'm not going to tell you she's as good as some of them out here in terms of movement, but I think it's certainly acceptable. I think where she overwhelms, you get over top of her, she's still really wide, maintains herself through that front end. I just think that's a really nice kind of a ewe to go ahead and lead off with. We come to a sheep that I'm drawn towards here in second, one that is so square-chested and wide in her undercarriage, and I really appreciate that base width of this female, one that's got some stoutness as feature as well. You get over top of her and really big back type of a sheep. She's got some muscularity from behind, one that maybe doesn't balance up quite as well as that class winner, and I think that's my sort when I get off to the side. I think both of those are awful good ewes. This is the way we read them today. The young lady does a bang-up job getting this one stuck here in 3, one that you really appreciate just in terms of femininity and build and balance off the side, one that balances so well in terms of her underline, really good in her chest. She comes back, she's got enough shape from behind. Now, as we analyze her, she's not quite as square at the bottom end of her blade compared to the 2 standing directly ahead. One that's maybe not quite as rugged in terms of her bone work, but boy, that picture right there, we could paint all day long. That's a nice kind of a ewe for the young lady. We come to a ewe here in 4 that gives up a lot in terms of mass and size and scale. I'll grant you that. But, boy, look at this one through the front end. She is so extended. The way she keeps her head and neck forward, comes right out of the top side of her shoulder. One that balances up really well from the side. You get over top of this one, really fresh, really big top. She comes back to a big hip, a lot of shape from behind. I think she's got some feature. Now, when we had the young lady step off of them, that sheep doesn't gather itself up naturally quite as well as what the 3 ahead did. She gets it propped up, and, boy, it's hard to beat when you let her stand on her own. We just got to make her maintain herself. As we round out our top lineup, again, a big rib, big back type of a sheep, one with a lot of extension, a good build in that sheep. As we analyze her on the move, she just doesn't stay as true off the rear, too, compared to the one standing directly ahead. But I think a great group of sheep all the way through. Congratulations to all the exhibitors.
For our Shropshire show, placing in the late class of February ewe lambs, first place in that class to 124, Drew Miller, Huntington, Indiana, with KJB Buckland 2556. Second place to entry number 135, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois, with city limits 25078. Third to 133, Isaac Doyle, Wapaka, Wisconsin. Fourth place to entry number 122, Kate Bodell, Fortville, Indiana. And 5 to entry 139, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Placing on the class of junior Ram Lambs for the Columbia show, first place goes to entry number 3, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa, with Thiessen 2523. Second place to entry 5, Cashton Breedall, Berthold, North Dakota, with 25-04. Third to entry 4, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. And 4 to entry 2, Addison Bussinger, Bluffton, Ohio. Placing on the Dorset Advantage Yearling U class, first place goes to entry 29, Laney Pop, Elkhorn, Wisconsin, with Johnson Family Show Stock 24107 Tootsie. Second place to entry number 38, Tatum Getz, Shakopee, Minnesota, with Northern Star Livestock Service 24071. Third place to entry number 26, Kinley Fleener, Robisonia, Pennsylvania. Fourth to 24, Victoria Kovacs, Fulton, Ohio. Fifth place to entry number 20, Cheyenne Bragg of Eustis, Florida.
Over here on the Dorset Advantage side of things, I think a really nice class. The ULAM we're starting off with grabs your attention pretty quick as she comes out here. One that's really mobile as you set her into motion. One that when you get off the side, she's the better balance than you, the more extended type of you. Yet you get over top of her. She's the squarest in terms of her shape. Coming back to that hip, we come to a U here in second. Well-balanced type of a sheep. One that maybe gives up a little bit in terms of power as we view her from behind compared to that class winner, but another good moving type of an animal. A larger frame sheep here coming in 3. One, you like the top shape and the rib in that female. With that being said, as we analyze her through the front end of her skeleton and breastplate, we just need to clean her up to be able to go ahead and compete higher today. We come out to a fresher handling one here in 4. One you really appreciate for the muscularity she's bringing to the table. As we analyze her in terms of her bone work, she's a little more refined. We set her into motion. She gets just a little more hook-legged off those rear 2 for me. We round out the class with a really cool looking piebald type of a sheep. One you appreciate just for the overall extension and scale she's bringing to the table. That being said, we need a notch more in terms of just square, real muscle to go ahead and compete higher today. Good group of sheep. Congratulations.
Placing on the Columbia Natural Colored Ram class, first place went to entry number 6, James Davis, Hinckley, Illinois, with LRC 2963 Flash. Our champion Columbia Ram went to our junior class winner, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa, with Thiessen 2523. The reserve champion Ram came out of the senior Ram Lamb class, Jenna Lindo, Chile, Wisconsin, with 2482. Placing on the early March class of Shropshire ewes, first place went to entry number 173, Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois, with city limits 25090. Second place to entry number 163, Aubrey Brandt, Rock Springs, Wisconsin, with Longenecker 2517. Third place to entry 172, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Fourth place to entry number 170, Miranda Moneyheffer, Akron, Indiana. And 5 to entry 177, Aubrey Gilbert, Magnolia, Texas. Placing over on the Dorset Advantage Fall Ewe Lamb class, first to entry 44, Reagan Leeper, Argus, Indiana, with Obsession Showstock 5531. Second to 46, Allison Poling, Richwood, Ohio, with WD Dorset's 1388. Third to entry 47, Owen Atwater, Knoxville, Iowa. 4 to 43, Abby Brown, Princeton, Indiana. And 5 to entry number 048, Elizabeth Perogwitz, Lisbon, Ohio.
Dorset Advantage exhibitors, if you got a sheep for the Dorset Advantage, we need to get up here. There's a lot of classes still to come today. There's a lot of people waiting to go to sales and everything else. We're not going to sit here and wait every time. And I don't want to be discouraging any kids. We don't want to miss any. But boy, we can't keep waiting 10 minutes in between classes. They're going to have to get to the ring or we're going to shut the gate. So please just get up here so we don't have any issues like this.
We'd like to announce the results of the Shropshire Futurity, both yearling ewes and lambs. In the yearlings, with 90 points, Drake Sluts. With Street, 2405. With 72 points, Kenyon Buckland. With City Limits, 24102. And with 49 points, Michaela Hodenshield with ES 2404. For the ewe lambs, with 76 points, Weston Porter with City Limits 25004. With 69 points, Landry Street with KJB Buckland 2523. With 58 points, Miley Williams with Bryant 25-062. With 57 points, Kinley Tinney with City Limits 25086. And with 53 points, Michaela Hodenshield with Flanders VIP 5400. Of those, Mercy Clark was the East Regional winner with Ellsbury 25147. Landry Street was the Midwest Regional winner with KJB Buckland 2523. And Weston Pointer was the West Regional winner with City Limits 25004.
Over here on the Dorset Advantage side, a really nice ewe to lead off with. One that, from the time she enters the ring, she kind of commands your attention. One that's just got such a good build up to the front end, and then you get over top of her. She is big and square about her rack. One that's got some rib shape as well, works back towards a really big hip. You get off to the side, and boy, she just proportions out really good. One that's got some feet and legs under her. I like the overall look and silhouette and the feature that this one has to present. I think just a really nice place to start. Young man brings us a really good muscled one here in second. One that when we're out here, big about its rack, really fresh handling, comes back to a big hip, maybe a notch more shape in terms of stifle than what we see in our class winner. One that when we analyze him compared to that one, not quite as neat through the front end of his skeleton, especially at the bottom side of his shoulder compared to that one, but another really nice one. A young lady here in third has done a great job getting this one shown. This one is really cool. You get over the top of it, big about its top, comes back to a big hip. Really a lot of stifle shape as well. One that I think moves about the ring free and easy enough. Maybe we don't have quite as much flex out of that rear hock as what we're seeing in the two directly ahead. The biggest thing for me is when we analyze them just in terms of these top three, you get over top of this one. Just maybe not quite as fresh handling as what we're seeing in those. You get off to the side, one that wants to just get a little softer in their overall makeup. We come to a sheep here in four, and again, really extended, really skinny neck type of a sheep, one with some feature at the ground and a good balance as well. With that being said, we just don't have as much sheep as what we saw in the three directly ahead. That runs her into the fourth hole. Rounding out to the top lineup, big top in this sheep, really a big rib as well. You get behind it, a lot of shape in that one. He's got a good feature from the side. One that's a little rounder off of both ends of his body for me today. We'd like to square him up at the bottom end of his chest. We'd like to square him up back through the rear in his hip to be able to go ahead and move him higher today. But a great group of sheep all the way through. Congratulations to the exhibitors.
For our Shropshire show, our junior champion ewe was entry 173 out of the March ewe lamb class. Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois, with city limits 25090. The reserve champion was entry 116, Drew George, Niles, Michigan, from Class 1 of the January ewe lambs. Buckham Farms, B5023. Placing on the Columbia Yearling U class, first place to entry 20, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa, with Thiessen 2343. Second place to entry number 11, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio, with Copeland 586. Third place to 13, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. 4 to entry 9, Jessica Lindo, Chile, Wisconsin. 5 to entry number 16, Ella Brown, Berthold, North Dakota. Placing on the class of early Dorset Advantage Winter ewe lambs, first place to entry number 97, Liz Carpenter, Omro, Wisconsin, with Corner View 24168, Freckles. Second to 96, Seth Aarons, Rochdale, Indiana, with Obsession Showstock 5585, Lola. Third to entry 41, Josie Baines, Bloomington, Indiana. 4 to entry number 107, Zach Mosley, DeLon Springs, Florida. And 5 to 109, Owen Grinstead, Sheridan, Indiana. Placing on the Columbia Natural Colored Yearling U class, first to entry number 21, Addison Bussinger, Bluffton, Ohio, with Black Kettle 55. That did conclude our Shropshire show. We're ready to move into Monadale's. So we need Monadale Senior Ram Lambs to the ring, please.
over here on the Dorset Advantage side, a really good set of sheep all the way down through in this particular class. But that being said, we have one that just kind of walks away with this for me. One that is so rotund in terms of her cage, big about her back, comes back really widespread in her pin, has a lot of shape from behind, like the base width of that female. You get out in front of that one, it is square chested, it's wide, and then you set it into motion. Boy, it moves free and easy. It paints a picture off the side, really good in terms of its handle and care, or handle and touch, excuse me. You can tell the young ladies really put a lot of time into that one. Great sheep. Proud to start with that one. We come to a sheep here in second. Again, really cool looking type of a sheep. One that's got some extension up through the front end. One that's got a big top as well. Comes back to a good hip. When we analyze comparatively, not quite as neat at the bottom side of its shoulder, just not as opened up, not as wowy as we come back and work towards that hip. We come to the sheep here in three, and the boys did a great job getting this one stuck. Paints a picture off the side. Love the extension. Love the setting that one into motion. I think she moves real free and easy. She's really good about her feature as well. We're just missing out on some of the squareness up high compared to the two standing directly ahead of you. But boy, that's one I'd be awful proud of. The young one coming next, one that wanted to kind of fight that young lady out here for quite a while, and she kept working at it. Boy, you get over top of that one, really big square rack, comes back to a good hip. One that balances up really appropriately from the side. You set it into motion, and I think it gets out and goes well enough. Now, as we analyze it compared to those, again, just not as much in terms of that lower quarter. Just doesn't have quite that wow factor when we view it up front. The same here in fifth. One that is really big about its back shape. Really like the rib shape in this sheep as well. When we analyze this one, it's just a notch shorter about its front end, notch bolder about its shoulder. We set it into motion, and it kind of tracks out that way. We just like to refine it up through its neck to go ahead and move it up higher today. But a great group of sheep all the way through. Congratulations.
Placing on the Monadale class of senior Ram Lambs, first place goes to entry one, J.W. Sims Reisner, Albion, Illinois, with JWSR 767. Placings on the January Ram Lamb class for the Monadales. First place to Easton Novak, Rolling Prairie, Indiana, with Riley K2520. Placing on the Monadale February and later Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 5, Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois, with Corzat 2555. Second place to entry 4, Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois, with Corzat 2576. And third place to entry 6, Lydia Letman, Waterloo, Illinois. Placing on the senior ewe lamb class for the Columbias, first place to entry 29, Morgan J. Davis, Hinckley, Illinois, with Mentor 4129. Second place to entry 23, Ella Brown, Berthold, North Dakota, with 4-60. Third place to entry 30, Jessica Lindo, Chile, Wisconsin. 4 to entry 22, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. 5 to entry 24, Alan Heens, Berthold, North Dakota. Placing on the Dorset Advantage class of intermediate winter ewe lambs, first place to 83, Izzy Heisdorfer, Sigourney, Iowa, with Heisdorfer Dorsets 25075. Second to 73, Chloe Bills, Columbia City, Indiana, with Farrell Lint Showstock 2507. Third to 79, Harris Barnes, Holiday, Tennessee. Fourth at 112, Gabby Campen, Humboldt, Iowa. And 5 to 68, Zoe Johnson, Sycamore, Illinois. Placing on the early slick Ram Lamb class for the Monadales, first place to entry 7, Easton Novak, Rolling Prairie, Indiana, with triple K 25001. Placing on the late slick shorn Ram Lamb, first place to entry 8, Luke Letman, Waterloo, Illinois, with Woodcock 1725.
a really nice set of sheep over here on the Dorset Advantage, and all the way down working through just a really good class. That being said, I think we find a pair at the top end of this class that fit each other in terms of their type and kind, and I think there's some differences amongst them to go ahead and sort. You were going to opt to start with one that's just so good in terms of a rag shape. You come back into her upper hip and her stifle shape as well. I think she's got the main advantage in terms of body cavity and center body. One that's stout in terms of her feet and bone work. She's really good through the front end of her skeleton. Is she as tall-shouldered as my sheep coming second? Maybe not, but I think there's so many more positives. We're going to go ahead and give her the advantage. If we're just going to come off the side and sort them, this is the one for me that's going to go ahead and win. It's the tall-shouldered, good-looking one with a really wide chest, still really good about its basic build. You get over top of it, and again, it's got enough top shape. It's certainly not giving up any. You get behind it, and it's got some stifle as well. As we said, compared to that one, just not as quite as square up on the top side, not quite as cool right there at the base. We come to the young man sheep here in 3, one that's done a great job out here. This is the freest moving sheep we've seen out here in this class. Well, you set it into motion. Stays really true, stays really wide, really easy flowing about his knee, the way that it gets out on its hock. You get over top of this one, it's deceiving. Really opened up type of a sheep. Big upper hip, so much shape from behind, and really loose in its skeleton. Those are things that are pretty hard to make. Young man's done a great job out here with that one. Congratulations. We come to the sheep here in 4. Big top in this sheep, big rear end. You get behind it. I love the lower quarter and the cheek this one brings to the table. I love the feature at the surface as well. The problem with this one is when we stand off of that one, it's the plainest about the front end assembly, and it just wants to drop. We need it to maintain itself just a notch better to go ahead and feel comfortable. The wow sheep comes here in 5 in terms of just you get off the side. It's shallow in terms of its chest, big about its feature, and you get behind that one, and man, it's got so much power, great rack shape. We need to change it when we set it into motion. It just doesn't want to get out and flex off those rear 2 for me. But boy, as you talk about just putting your hands on one, that one's awfully cool in terms of just this shape. Congratulations.
Well, come over.
Champion Monadeo Ram went to entry number 5. Entry 5 out of the February Ram Lamb class, Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois, with Corzat 25.55. The reserve champion was from the fall Ram Lamb class, entry number 1, J.W. Sims Reisner, Albion, Illinois, with JWSR 767. Placing on the Dorset Advantage late winter ewe lamb class, first to entry 62, McKenna Malcolm, Garrett, Indiana, with Jason Paxton and family, 25-27, Charlotte. Second place to entry number 67, Landry Krieger, Washington, Indiana, with Silversmith, 25102 ET. Third place to 63, Cooper Wolf, Cary, Ohio. Fourth place to entry number 1, Caden Parks, Wingate, Indiana. And 5 to 55, Quentin Deere, Arcadia, Indiana. Placing on the Junior ewe lambs for the Columbia Show, first place goes to entry number 46, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa, with Thiessen 2508. Second place to entry number 42, Addison Bussinger, Bluffton, Ohio, with LRC 2959. Third to 44, James Davis, Hinckley, Illinois. Fourth place to entry 40, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. And 5 to 43, Cashton Breedall, Berthold, North Dakota. Exhibitors, we want to remind you, if you get that bio sheet because you had a breed champion ram or breed champion ewe, we do need those completed and filled and turned in here at the desk today. We need them before we finish up showing. We use those tomorrow whenever we make introductions during the Supreme Drive of the Junior Show. Placing on the Monadale Yearling U class, first place went to entry 17. J.W. Sims Reisner, Albion, Illinois, with 3J Coors, 1087. Second place to entry 10, Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois, with Corzat, 2472. Third to entry 11, Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. 4 to entry 12, Kelsey Patterson, Hannah City, Illinois. And 5 to entry number 13, Easton Kovac, Rolling Prairie, Indiana. Placings for the Columbia Junior U Lamb class. First place to entry 33, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa, with Thiessen 25-21. Second to 37, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio, showing Brant 4481. Third to entry 35, Addison Bessinger, Bluffton, Ohio. 4 to entry 39, Morgan J. Davis, Hinckley, Illinois. And 5 to 38, Haley Louise, Montague, California.
Over here on the Dorset Advantage side, I think we have a trio that are awfully good at the top end of this class. And that being said, there's some sort between them. But the one we're opting to start with, boy, when this young man gets it propped up, one that's just so good in terms of the top side of its skeleton, it's the wider rack one. It comes back. It's more aggressive about the protrusiveness or the width of its hip and the spread we're seeing in that pin set. More shape in its stifle. You get off the side, really good in terms of his balance. I think the main advantage that I see is when we analyze them up through the front end again, like we've talked all day, a notch square, a notch neater at the bottom side of its blade. The young lady here in second gets that one stuck, and boy, she gets it dialed in. It is a big-footed creature, one that's just so wild in terms of its rack shape as we work back. Maybe not quite as good at the top side of her hip. The main thing for me, though, is when we get in front of that one, just not quite as neat at the bottom side of its blade. Young lady does a great job on that one. We come to the sheep here in 3 again. Really a tall-shouldered, extended type of a sheep, one with a really good look off to the side. But again, when you get over top of that one and compare it and in behind, one that just doesn't have as much power, doesn't have as much oomph as those two. But boy, it is wild-fronted. And again, you're doing a great job getting that one presented out here. Coming to the young man next out here, big-footed type of a sheep, really wild about its rack shape. Comes back to a big hip, a lot of stifle, one that balances up pretty well. Again, just a little shorter about our front end compared to the trio that's going to go ahead of it. Rounding out the class, really square top type of a sheep, one with a bunch of power when you view it from behind. With that being said, we're not shorter about our hip. We're just not quite as cool about the front third of that one skeleton. But a really nice class all the way through. Congratulations.
Over on the Monadale side, I think
Placing on the Monadale class of Slickshorn yearling ewes for the National Monadale Junior Show. First place goes to entry 22, Caleb Klein, Claypool, Indiana, with triple K 0104. Second to entry 23, Caleb Klein, Claypool, Indiana, with triple K 0096. Third place to entry 19, Troy Road Farms, Washington, Indiana. Fourth to entry 21, Lydia Lutman, Waterloo, Illinois. Placing on the class of Columbias, these are Columbia natural colored ewe lambs. First to entry 48, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa, with Fry 5-1. Second to 47, James Davis, Hinckley, Illinois, with LRC 2962 Boom. And third to entry 49, also James Davis, Hinckley, Illinois. Placing on the class of Dorset Advantage early spring ewe lambs. First to 176, Ephraim Fowler, Salesville, Ohio, with ball fawns 5284. Second place to 160, Addison Comstock, Marion, Ohio, with McCurdy Club Lambs 25135. Third place to 172, Nathan Workman, Springfield, Ohio, 4 to 166, Carter Bills, Columbia City, Indiana, and 5 to 165, Riley Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio. Placing Placing on the Monadale Senior U Lamb class, first place to entry 25, J.W. Sims Reisner, Albion, Illinois, with MUM 2422. Second place to 26, Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois, with Corzat 2505. In our Columbia show, our champion ewe goes to the first place yearling ewe, entry number 20, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa, with Thiessen 2343. And our reserve champion came out of the early junior ewe lamb class, entry number 46, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa, with Thiessen 2508. Placing on the January ewe lamb class for the Monadales, first place to entry 27, Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. That showing Corzat 2510. Second place to 29, J.W. Sims Reisner, Albion, Illinois, with JWSR 766. Third place to entry 28, Kelsey Patterson, Hannah City, Illinois. For the Columbia Best Pair of Lambs class, first place goes to Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. Second, Ella Brown. Third, Morgan J. Davis, Hinckley, Illinois. 4, Jessica Lindo, Chile, Wisconsin. And 5th to 53, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. For the Columbias, we're now showing best fleeced animal, best fleece animal. For the Columbias, your next class is Jackpot Futurity class. Merino exhibitors following that Jackpot Futurity class, we will go into the Merino show.
A really fun and interesting class to evaluate and sort through. And that being said, the young men's that we're going to lead off with, I'm just the most comfortable with that one. I don't see any major flaws in that one. Really complete type of a sheep. I think the main advantage it has is when we set that one into motion, boy, it just gets out and goes. It moves really smooth. It stays wide, puts its feet down where it needs to. So good in its forerib, really round about its cage, big about its back. Is it as square and just quite as cool in terms of its muscle shape as the next two out here? Maybe not. But I think one that's good enough about its build up through the front end, has enough extension that when we set these into motion, that's the one I'm comfortable with. We come to a sheep here in second that is big backed. So radical about its rack shape. Comes back to a big upper hip. Love the featured ground on the side of this one. One that's got enough extension. Again, we set this one into motion. I just need it to be more comfortable on the go, and I think we could go ahead and run with it. Same story coming here in 3. If you want to talk with progression, get over top of this sheep. It is great about its rack, and as we work back towards that upper hip, it is the widest in terms of progression coming all the way back. You get off the side, still good in its underline, stays good enough in terms of width on the move. Problem is, we're getting a little too choppy off our rear too for me to go ahead and feel comfortable tying into that one to go. If we could just make it take a longer stride, boy, I'd be in all day. We come to the sheep here in 4, by far the most immature type of a sheep out here, but one that runs uphill, one that's got a great feature about the side. I think it's going to have a bright future, just a little more immature. Again, when we set that one into motion, it really wants to drop its front end and get a notch coarser. We need to change that to be able to move it up. We come to a sheep here in 5 that you like the rib shape and how big the top is. One that's a little plainer off of both ends, just in terms of upper hip shape. And then when we view it up front, one that's just not quite as square, not is what we saw in the ones directly ahead. Great group of sheep all the way through. Congratulations.
In our Columbia show, the best fleeced animal came from the natural colored yearling class. Entry number 21, Addison Bussinger from Bluffton, Ohio, with Black Kettle 55. On the Monadale class of February ewe lambs, first place went to entry 34, Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois, with Corzat 2544. Second to 33, Lindsey Peterson, Claypool, Indiana, with Triple K 25018. Third to entry 31, Easton Novak, Rolling Prairie, Indiana. Fourth place to entry 32, Joshua Lindo, Chile, Wisconsin. And fifth to 37, Lydia Lutman, Waterloo, Illinois. Placing on the Dorset Advantage Spring ewe lamb class, first place goes to 141 Tyson Black, Lafayette, Tennessee, with T and K show lambs, TK 25008. Second place to 155 Laney Pop, Elkhorn, Wisconsin, with Johnson Family Show Stock 25096. Third place to entry 147 Delaney Dutt, Wooster, Ohio. Fourth to entry number 145, Ryan Liggett, Carmel, Indiana. And fifth to 151, Tatum Getz, Shakopee, Minnesota. Placing on the Monadale class of March and later born ewe lambs, first place to 38, Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. Second to 39, Kelsey Patterson, Hannah City, Illinois. Kelsey's ewe was Patterson 2520, Mallory's Corzat 2596. Third place in that class to entry 40, Easton Novak, Rolling Prairie, Indiana. Placing on the National Monadale Junior Show class of Slickshorn Early ewe lambs, first place to entry 41, Caleb Klein, Claypool, Indiana, with triple K 25003. Second place to entry 42, also Caleb Klein, Claypool, Indiana, with triple K 25002. Placing on the Futurity Jackpot class for the Columbia's, first place to 73, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa, with Travail 2501. Second place to entry to Alan Hines of New Salem, North Dakota. Third place to 75, Morgan J. Davis, Hinckley, Illinois, with Mentor 4129. Fourth place to 70, Jessica Lindo, Chile, Wisconsin, with 2532. Fifth place to 72, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa, with Fry 5-1. Sixth place went to Cashton Breedall, Berthold, North Dakota. Seventh place to 76, Jessica Lindo, Chile, Wisconsin. Eighth place to 68, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. 9 to 71, Addison Bussinger, Bluffton, Ohio. 10 to Ella Brown, Berthold, North Dakota. 11th place to 74, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. 12 to Hallie Luz, Montague, California. And 13 to James Davis, Hinckley, Illinois. That did conclude our Columbia show. We are moving into Merinos at this time. We have Merino Senior Ram Lambs in the ring. Montadale exhibitors, your next class is Young Flock.
a really nice class to round out the individual portions. The one we're starting with, one that's just kind of different than the rest of them out here. Tall shouldered, good looking type of a female, one that's really extended, big about her back, round about her rib shape. Love the feature and look from the side. One that's just got so much extension, so much look from the side, yet really no holes. You get over top of that one. I think it moves out fine enough for me. I think that's just a really easy place for me to start. My sort comes here in 2 and 3, and I wouldn't argue a whole lot either way. The young man brings us one that's skinnier about its front end, one that's just a notch trimmer up through there. You put your hands on it, good about its rack, comes back to a wide enough hip, and I like the shape from behind. One that I don't think has quite the balance we're seeing in the next one, but I think when you set this one into motion, it maintains itself just a notch nicer. We come to the one here in 3. Love the rack shape, love the center body, and you get behind that one. That is a big pinned, big-ended animal, and you set it into motion. I think it stays true enough. We don't have quite the flex coming off those rear two. We're a little shorter coupled, and I don't want to call that one quick by any means, but we just don't have the longevity we're seeing in that one directly ahead. But boy, I think that one could make some wild weathers. We come to the sheep here in 4, one that again maybe is a little bit quick for me out here. But again, big top in that sheep, really a lot of muscle from behind. One that still balances up well enough for me off the side. You said in motion, I think it stays true enough. Sheep here in 5. Boy, that is a big-ended animal. One that I really appreciate all the extension through the front end for having that much muscle. I think it's really cool looking in terms of its feature and look from the side. But with that being said, we set that one into motion, and we just need to change how it moves off the rear two to go ahead and move it higher today. But I think a great set of sheep all the way through. Congratulations.
For the Monadale Young Flock class, first place goes to Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. That does conclude our National Monadale Junior Show. Our judge has been Randall Von Krozik. Placing on the Merino Senior Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry 4, Megan Inbody, Genera, Ohio, with Inbody F2462. Second place to entry 5, Riley Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio, with Smith, KLS 2540. Third place to entry 6, Megan Inbody, Genera, Ohio, and 4 to entry 3, Morgan Finley, Asheville, Ohio. Placing on the Dorset Advantage Spring ewe lamb class, and this is the late division. First place goes to entry number 124, Aubrey Brandt, Rock Springs, Wisconsin, with Side Hustle 5032. Second place to entry 134, Maddox Thompson, Frankfort, Indiana, with McGolden 25024. Third To entry number 131, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. 4 to 132, August Schmidt, Chickasaw, Oklahoma. And 5 to 127, Everett Mueller, Adele, Wisconsin. Monadale ULAM Futurity results are as follows. First place, Clara Lumen with Lumen 25013, 106 points. Second, J.W. Sims Reisner, Mum 2422 with 89 points. Third, Tanner Gann with Riley K 2544, 55 points. And tie for fourth between Hazel Lumen with Lumen 2472 and Kelsey Patterson with Elkern 504, both with 53 points. Placing on the Winter Ram Lamb class for the Merinos, first to entry 9, Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio with ALAM 497. Second place to entry number 8, Riley Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio with Smith, KLS 2553. Placing on the Merino Spring Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 12, Megan Inbody, Genera, Ohio, with Inbody 2530. Second place to entry 13, also Megan Inbody, Genera, Ohio, with Inbody 2525. Third place to entry 10, Alyssa Marvin, Wauseon, Ohio. Fourth to entry 11, Dylan Marvin, Wauseon, Ohio.
Out here for your champion Dorset Advantage. Let's go ahead and give all these exhibitors a big round of applause. They've certainly earned it. It's been a challenging sort going through all these classes, but I'll be honest, it's been a lot of fun as well. It's just been a really good show all the way down through. And as we talked in the Slick Shear Dorsets, I did this back in 20, and boy, we've stepped up our game incredibly since then. It's been really deep all the way through in these. And that being said, we get out here, I'm really pleased with the quality. I want them to look like females, but I want them to be wide-based and have some muscularity about them, and I think they all fit that bill. It's funny, as we get out here, there was one that as we were sorting through that was just hit me so hard, and I'd put all my marbles on the table. That was the one I was running with when we got out here, and boy, you get back out here and things shuffle up, and it just leads to a different story. So that being said, I think there's several good choices, and that's really all we can hope for at the end of the day. It's just my opinion. I'm going to go out here and show you the way I like them. Let's go ahead and put our hands together as we do so.
For our Dorset Advantage, our champion U goes to the first place early spring U Lamb class winner, entry number 176, Ephraim Fowler, Salesville, Ohio, with ball fawns 5284. Reserve champion to the first place animal in the late spring U Lamb class, entry 124, Aubrey Brandt, Rock Springs, Wisconsin, with side hustle 5032. For the Merino show, our champion Ram was the first place senior Ram Lamb, Megan Inbody, Genera, Ohio, with Inbody F2462. Second in that senior Ram Lamb class was entry number 5, Riley Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio, with KLS 2540, and that was our reserve grand champion Ram. Now ready in the ring, in ring A for Tunis. We're ready to begin our Tunis show.
A nice pair of Rams to start your show. The buck we're opting to start with, one that's good about his breed type. I like him about his color as well. He's level down his spine. He handles with more thickness as we get our hands on him. Buck here in second, again, good about his breed type, really long-sided type of a sheep. One that there's just not quite as much natural muscle as we put our hands on him compared to our class winner. Two nice Rams. Congratulations.
Today. We come down here in the fourth, a ewe lamb that, or excuse me, a ewe that's really impressive in terms of length of her body. I like how square she is throughout that dock. For me today, she tends to be a little heavier fronted for us. I'd like to pull her up, give her a bit more trim throughout the center of her body, but a good ewe to get us there in fourth. Ewe here at fifth, Nelson's round up the class. Again, another one that's long spined, long bodied. I like the fleece. I like the way that it handles. She's just a little bit more narrow base. She tends to toe out on us a little bit more, but a really nice set of females here on our Marina Drive. Congratulations.
Over here on our tuna side, we got two nice Rams out here. We're starting with a buck with just a notch more in terms of depth of overall of the side. When it's bigger about his heart girth, I like the spread through his center part of his skeleton. A really long-sided ram. We've got a buck coming here in second, more youthful in his appearance. One when you put your hands on him, just not as much product there as what we're seeing in that class winner.
Placing on the Merino Yearling U class, first place to entry 17, Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio, with Diller R 581. Second place to entry 19, Riley Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio, with Smith, KLS 2418. Third place to entry 20, Chad Hoover, Washington, Pennsylvania. 4 to entry 22, Megan Inbody, Genera, Ohio. And 5 to 25, Megan Inbody, Genera, Ohio.
A nice class of rams out here. We're going to start with a ram that just offers me more in terms of total spread. He's the bigger top sheep, one that's rounder about his center portion of a skeleton, really wide based, one that balances up well from the side. Boy, we have a growthy one coming here in second, one you really appreciate just in terms of the overall stature of this sheep. Really cool through the front end of a skeleton, one that balances up really well. That being said, we get our hands on him and just not as much sheep there today. One that maybe if we were going to be critical, we'd like to change the way that white comes up onto his pole. We got a buck coming here in 3, really long-sided type of a sheep, a well-balanced type of a sheep. Again, as we analyze them compared to the 2 standing directly ahead, just not as much sheep there on that one. We round out the class a really eye-appealing type of a ram here in 4, one that you appreciate for the overall length and size and scale. Again, when we put our hands on them, just not as much natural sheep there. We need to open them up and give them a natural shot of muscling. Congratulations.
Placing on the Tunis Senior Ram Lamb class, first place went to entry 1, Michaela Bugman, Dalton, New York, with 2492. Second place to entry 2, Mackenzie Frame, Montpelier, Ohio, with S&T 2379. Placing on the Slickshorn class of Senior Ram Lambs, first to entry number 5, Autumn Piazza, Wilmington, Delaware, with MJK 2437. Second place to entry 3 to Madeline Mag, Ottawa, Ohio, with MJM Family Farm 2439. Placing on the Merino Senior U Lamb class, first place to 26, Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio, with Scott 2677. Second place to entry 28, Riley Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio, with Smith, KLS 2547. Third place to 31, Megan Inbody, Genera, Ohio. 4 to entry 30, Chad Hoover, Washington, Pennsylvania. 5 to 27, Morgan Finley, Asheville, Ohio. And 6 to 29, Morgan Finley, Asheville, Ohio.
Two nice Tunis Rams over here. The buck we're opting to start with, one that just again offers me more in terms of overall mass and power. Really big top in his sheep, really wide sprung through the center portion of his body. I think one that balances up nice enough off the side. If we're going to be critical and we set that one into motion, boy, I'd like to change the way he moves off his front end for me. But I think again, between the pair, he's the one with the more positives. Beautiful hair coat on this sheep coming to. Really like the breed type about this buck. One that's good down his top. When we get over top of this one and put our hands on him, just not as much sheep there. I do appreciate the way he comes out of his hock. He's a notch better in that angulation compared to that class winner. I think two nice Rams. Congratulations.
Placing on the January class of Tunis Ram Lambs, first place to entry 7, Mackenzie Gill, Whitehall, Maryland, with Ozzie, Woolly Hollow, 549. Second to entry 8, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois, with TNJ Farm, 25008. Third to entry 6, Arabella Knuth, Fall Creek, Wisconsin. 4 to entry 9, Michaela Bugman, Dalton, New York. Placing on the February Ram Lamb class for the Tunis, first place to entry number 10, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois, with Mum, 2547. Second to entry 11, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin, with Spildy, 874. Placing on the Winter Ewe Lamb class for the Merino show, first place goes to entry 33, Megan Inbody, Genera, Ohio, with Inbody 2508. Second place to 35, also Megan Inbody, Genera, Ohio, with DC 299. Third to entry number 32, Riley Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio.
Another nice class of Tunis, and maybe not the most uniform lineup from the side, but I guess I'm going to go ahead and be okay with that. The young man's buck we're using, I think one that's just so extended, really level in his spine, long from that 13th rib on back. I think he balances up really, really well. He looks like a Tunis buck should. I like him in terms of his masculinity, his hair coat. I think just a handy place for me to start. Here in 2 and 3, you got some give and take. The buck that's standing second, boy, there's times where I want to go ahead and just run with this guy. Love him about his angles, like how up fronted he is. He's really good down his top. One with some dimension through the center part of his skeleton. Boy, he's given up quite a bit in terms of growth and size. The bucks on either side of him. But again, I've never been one that goes ahead and sizes them out. I think there's a lot of good in that one. I think the one we're going to lead off with just kind of excels in total overall extension and skeletal makeup. We come to the buck here in 3, and again, a taller shoulder type of a sheep, one with some length from that 13th rib on back. One when we get over top of this one, he just reads the flattest of the top trio. I need to go ahead and open him up and give him more curve through the center portion of his body to go ahead and feel comfortable moving him up today. We come to a buck here in 4, again, a long-sided sheep, a well-balanced type of a sheep. There's things about that one that draws you in. With that being said, he's just a coarser constructed one through the front end of his skeleton, and part of that might be cooperation out here as we analyze him. If he just relaxes into himself, maybe we get a different read. We come to a buck here in 5 that again, really nice eye-appealing type of a sheep, one that's just not as naturally wide at the ground as what we're seeing in the ones directly ahead. Great group of sheep all the way through. Congratulations.